because we need to promote this approach and we need to promote more activities like this one. Please do not forget to enjoy this city and also the weather. Social dimension in this kind of activities is also very important. I do not need to say anything more about that. So welcome to the URV, welcome to the Faculty of Legal Science, and bon courage. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you, dear Victor, and good afternoon to all of you, speakers, moderators, participants, who are joining us today and tomorrow morning, whether here in Tarragona or online, for this conference with such a compelling title, Citizen Energy in Times of Transition. This conference is part of the project Regulation of Community Energy Systems based on storage and flexibility, acceptability, governance, and digitalization, led by Professor Susana Galera and myself. The project brings together legal scholars from various branches of public and private law, as well as economists and engineers. We launched this project in late 2022, and as the title suggests, it focuses on issues that, especially in light of the historic Iberian blackout of the past April 28, have become even more urgent. The development of a new decentralized energy model that makes fair and efficient use of local and renewable energy, a more democratic energy system that, given the increasing integration of renewables, depends on storage and flexibility. Such a model cannot unfold without new governance frameworks and full support of digital innovation and, above all, public acceptability of the deep social changes required by the ecological transition. In short, it must be an energy transition with legitimacy. All these dimensions are essential for moving forward with the energy transition and for resisting the regressive narratives and entrenched interests that oppose not only the transition itself, but the shift in the energy model, the model it demands. Indeed, the recent blackout sparked an intense political debate, and that should not surprise us, as energy is inherently political, embedded in regulatory frameworks. Otherwise, Article 194.2 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union would not preserve such significant national sovereignty in energy matters for member states. In this time of overlapping transitions, we are facing geological transition, geopolitical transition, for sure, energy and digital transition. And following such a striking event, the struggle between public and private actors to shape the energy policy is intense. We know this debate will lead to the revision of legal instruments in energy law. As legal sociologist Paul Carr rightly puts it, law is the battlefield. In our project and during this conference, we will focus on one of the key actors in the emerging decentralized and community-based energy model, energy communities. Over the next 2 days, we will explore the factors that enable and condition their deployment, operation, and governance. Today, we will take a comparative legal perspective, drawing from the experiences of the Netherlands, Germany, France, Portugal, Italy, and Greece, and United States. Tomorrow, the session will turn to regulatory challenges and the morphology and the role of energy communities within the Spanish legal framework. Again, in the wake of the blackout, I would like to highlight, using the word of Juan Sacri, which is a leading energy expert in Spain, that energy communities offer an opportunity to democratize the resilience of the system. We should see them as a strategic players, contributing to stability and flexibility. It is essential that we deploy and regulate these communities in a way that supports a more distributed grid with local storage and active citizen participation. Of course, we should not overstate the point. Energy communities are not a silver bullet for all the energy system problems, but they are crucial building blocks in the new energy model, and a fertile space for innovative solutions. Energy communities are not merely tools for citizen empowerment or combating energy poverty. They can also act as distributed storage nodes, demand manager platform for energy sharing. Their role in the redesign of the power system goes far beyond consumption. They enable user aggregation, coordination of local efforts, and the provision of system-wide energy services, all within a logic of community social value and territorial proximity. While developing thousands of energy communities adds complexity to the system, it can also lead to a more resilient system, one able to manage surplus of energy, provide flexibility, and adapt in real time to shifting needs. This brings us back to the critical issue of new forms of the energy system governance. In this conference, we will also discuss storage needs at different levels, from large scale to distributed storage. The question is current storage regulation sufficient to unlock the full potential of this essential activity? The blackout made it clear. The system is not prepared to handle renewable surpluses without a technical buffer. This makes a regulatory review urgent. We will also address demand-side flexibility. Aggregation services, mass grid are vital components beyond the necessary investment in the grid or in generation. The digitalization of the energy system presents major legal challenges, and we will examine this closely in the coming sessions. In sum, we are at a pivotal moment for reflecting on and collectively debating the present and the future of the energy system. The complexity of the challenge we face demands an interdisciplinary, rigorous, and committed approach. I hope that today and tomorrow's sessions offer an opportunity to move forward together, sharing knowledge, experience, and proposals that help shape a more just, resilient, and democratic energy system. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a fruitful and engaging conference. Thank you. Okay, so now according to the program, we can move forward to the first panel. I invite Lea Diestelmeier to join me here. The first panel on comparative experience. In this panel, we will listen about the Netherlands experience, the German one, and the French one. The first speaker is Lea Diestelmeier, assistant professor at the University of Groningen. She will present on energy community in the Netherlands from a legal perspective. Thank you, Lea, for being here.
Thank you very much. Is it on? Yes.
Is it? I think not.
Oh, yeah. No. Now, the slides I can move.
Okay.
What? Thank you very much for the invitation, for setting the context of this conference so concisely, and for organizing and facilitating all this conference, of course, which resulted in this very nice book, which really challenges, I believe, my limited Spanish skills, but this book has definitely the content and the size to work on that. So thanks again, indeed, for bringing also these international perspectives together, because I think that's very valuable at this point in time to exchange experiences, as I believe that energy communities, they were growing, certainly to some extent over the past decades, but we and that's also probably the key point that I want to give in my presentation, that we are at the moment in a point in time of evaluation. See, what did emerge? What do we like? Do we not like? And what role can the legal framework actually and the law play in order to steer further towards a direction for those energy communities to play a relevant role for achieving public goals, essentially, in the energy sector with all its challenges? So in that sense, a little bit of experiences, challenges, and where are we going from the Netherlands. This graph essentially indicates a little bit the growth just in terms of numbers and in maybe a bit of growth speed of communities in the Netherlands. So you see a steep increase around, let's say, 2012, 14, and now at the point where we are, at the point with about 700 communities, which varies from year to year, as some of them also disappear occasionally. But generally, there is now just recently, a couple of months, a report came out observing that energy communities are not necessarily always growing in numbers, but also growing in scope and in size. So my question for this presentation now focusing mainly on the present, so what facilitates the emergence of energy communities at the moment, and also the future, where are we right now in the Netherlands, and what are crucial focus points essentially for further facilitating the energy communities and also shaping their potential new role in the future energy system. Here again, let's say, just to start with a broad overview of these around 700 initiatives and how they are spread across the country. For orientation, as I don't know about your geographical skills of the Netherlands, Amsterdam, probably most of you have heard of. Groningen, the university, and the place where we are located is all the way, we'd say, in the periphery of almost of the country, at about 2 hours from Amsterdam. And you see that those energy initiatives are largely spread out through all the country. So there is about a coverage of about 90% of all municipalities have energy communities somewhere active. And they're growing really in number as they are covering or including in total around 140,000 households. That's around 2% of all connected households in the Netherlands. But this also already leads to questions. Who are those households? No, who is actually participating in this? But that's already a qualitative question, let's say, more left for the later point in time, thinking, okay, how could we shape energy communities so that they could even reach more, to facilitate outreach rather. What are these entities doing? Well, mainly they are production entities, so they're engaging in the production of renewable energy. And I just, let's say, outline the main energy sources. So solar, you would be surprised maybe if you have been to the Netherlands. There is a lot of wind and you wouldn't experience the amount of sun that is here, but it's still the lower threshold technology that they can actually deploy. A bit of wind, which requires much more of an upfront investment. And increasingly, and that's also a very interesting point, heat. So we are in the Netherlands, and that's another story of an energy transition in a heat transition, because we are aiming to phase out natural gas. The Netherlands is one of the countries sitting on top of the largest onshore natural gas fields, actually causing earthquakes, actually in the region of Groningen, in the province of Groningen. So the government decided finally to seize the exploitation of that field, which also, of course, requires finding alternative sources for heating households. And here, I'm getting to that, the Netherlands is developing new legislation for heat transition and gives a specific role, especially for the public sector, but even more specifically also for potentially energy communities. So this is definitely a field where energy communities start having a foot in the door as well. Now, the average size of these kind of initiatives is relatively small. There are around 50 initiatives that have more than 500 members and 19 more than 1,000. So that says there are a lot of very, very small communities, again, leading to probably one of the let's say, turning points where are we growing in numbers of those initiatives, or are those initiatives also growing in size, and are they increasing essentially their outreach also to different types or different populations, essentially more households. And just very briefly as well on the activities and the governance of those initiatives, of course, these initiatives are set up usually as a cooperative entity or also as an ownership association. That's the most common types. And they include individual members, so that can be indeed members of households, but it can also be indeed small and medium-sized enterprises. It can also be municipalities. And normally they are then shaped indeed according to their main activities as a production cooperative. Sometimes those production cooperatives, they're then also part again of a cooperative supplier. So as these production entities, of course, they're just selling, let's say, the produced renewable energy on the wholesale market. Normally the supply is then taken care of by a licensed supplier, of course, but they can also be organized as a cooperative supplier, and normally they would be then connected with the cooperatives and buying the renewable energy from the small production cooperatives. I'm getting to that also later again, because there is some movement also happening. It's like considering whether energy communities cannot directly supply to their members, so that they don't need to go through the wholesale market, but that they can directly supply to their members. And then there are some umbrella organizations. Partly there are also these cooperative suppliers. But the main umbrella organization that we have in the Netherlands, and they're really quite well developed, that is called Energie Samen. So it means energy together. And they have an extremely well-developed network, an extremely well-developed overview of what is happening. So these individual energy communities can become members of this umbrella organization, which is essentially facilitating them in support of setting up a community, providing them information, but also on a higher level, serving as kind of a lobby institution and organization towards the government. And not only towards the Dutch government, but also on European level, they're working really closely with RESCOOP, the European umbrella organization for energy communities. So that to say that there are a lot of energy communities on the ground, but there is also quite a well-developed governance level on top of that, representing them on national level, representing them on European level, and also facilitating a horizontal exchange of information among energy communities so that they can learn from each other and that they can, well, exchange their challenges and, good experiences that they have. So I think that is an extremely relevant point for communities, especially in the point of maturing. So to not only to emerge, but also to mature, is this learning experience, and especially also this representation towards the national government. So a little bit looking at this graph, okay, what happened actually in 2014, around 2014, a little bit before, why did we see this steep increase in terms of numbers of energy communities? Essentially, before there was any support for collective collective production installations, that we have already in place a scheme that is essentially a net metering scheme for individual households. So if you have solar panels on your roof, you could use essentially the public grid as a battery, as it is sometimes said, to say, okay, you just feed in whatever and whenever you produce behind the meter on your own house, and on a yearly basis, this amount is netted essentially with your total consumption. This was only available, so that's essentially, yeah, you can count all the self-production towards your own consumption, even though that happened potentially at a different point in time. A net metering scheme. It's going to be phased out in the Netherlands because we have a large issue with grid congestion, but that's again another story. But just to give you a bit of background, why did we develop actually a collective support scheme for energy communities? So we had this scheme supporting individual households, But then there was indeed the concern is like, what about people who cannot afford their own house? What about people who live in an apartment and do not necessarily have an own roof to place a solar panel installation? No? So there was already an inherent inequality in accessing this support scheme of net metering and essentially to participate in the energy transition and, well, also facilitate the increase in production facilities. So what was established is essentially a support scheme for collective generation, which provided a community the access to or provided actually the members of the community to a tax reduction scheme on the basis of the collective consumption that they had. So I'm not going now into the details of this scheme, but how it essentially worked is that the collective entity was selling the produced renewable energy on the wholesale market. So they would receive whatever revenue for that. And according to the share of the individual members could get a tax reduction over the share essentially that they would have in the collective entity through the tax authorities via the energy supplier. So it was quite a complicated construction in having, let's say, a kind of a reimbursement per individual member, per individual supplier that was still, of course, at the freedom of choice of those individual members. So there was a lot of transactions involved, even involving the tax authority that needed to communicate with the individual suppliers of the members of that community, and that. So it was certainly well meant. The construction was a bit complex, but at least it served like I don't know. It resulted in definitely an increase in numbers, as we saw in the graph. And this scheme was then eventually also simplified in 2021 by essentially a subsidy, an exploitation subsidy that the collective entity would directly receive. And they could directly also distribute it among their members. So there was not anymore the suppliers of the individual members involved, and there was also not anymore the tax authority involved. Essentially, the collective entity also gained, in that sense, some sovereignty over their, the income essentially that they have with their own production, and they could either decide, do they want to share it among the individual members, or do they want to do something else, or do they want to reinvest it? So apart, let's say, from lowering the complexity of all the transactions involved, it also gave more sovereignty to the community to decide what they want to do with their income. And this scheme is still in place. And it provides some, also a nice guarantee, let's say, over this subsidy, which is depending on the market price. So, but still, let's say, it supports collective generation. Then, we're stuck. Can you move the next slide? No, wait. Can I go back? No. Well, I know, no worries. Next to this support scheme, there was another idea from the government to say, okay, not only supporting collective generation, but also trying to explore new organizational forms, how these communities could actually be governed, and how could they look like? How could they actually? There we are. No, this one. Perfect.
Okay. The next one.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks. So they adopted a decree which allowed essentially from some derogations from the General Energy Act, saying that energy communities or some dedicated, not energy communities in general, some dedicated projects could also deviate from the obligation to obtain a supply license to supply directly to their members. And they could, under some circumstances, also start supplying then directly to their members, and also by operating their own distribution grid. So this scheme was essentially, really literally meant for exploring new organizational forms to see if those organizational forms incentivize and facilitate decentral generation of renewable energies, not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of, do they empower citizens? Do we make more efficient use of the infrastructure? And this, well, it was called a regulatory sandbox, so it had a time, a starting point and an end point in time, and it finished in 2019. And there was there was an evaluation of those projects. I included a link on one of the most famous ones that has also a really nice website, where they are exploring essentially what can we do outside the regular legal scheme and the unbundled liberalized system, essentially. And this then again, no, the other direction. No, this one. So yeah, now it moves in that direction. This led then also all the findings from these kind of projects that were also taken up in the adoption of a legal framework at the national level, which incorporated also the relevant EU legislation, which was of course adopted in 2018 and 19 under the Clean Energy Package for all Europeans. And this led to, well, which recognized energy communities in the first place. It required member states to facilitate energy communities. It also broadened their scope in terms of activities, not only production, but also plenty of other activities. And it required also more structural integration. Now, the Netherlands then adopted their Energy Act just half a year ago, essentially, where they include a definition of these communities. They essentially copy-paste the European legal definition. They provide for a distinction between citizen energy communities and renewable energy communities. And there are two essential points that I would like to highlight, as they do allow for energy communities to supply directly to their members without the need to obtain a supply license. So they don't need to become a supplier in the sense as it is required in the legal framework for any regular other commercial supplier, which is a huge achievement for them, but it raises other questions, of course, to which extent these energy communities are also responsible for consumer protection matters in the sector. And it facilitates energy sharing, which is also specifically taken up and thereby also incorporates already the energy market regulation as it was adopted in 2024. The other development, indeed, is a collective heating act, which is still about to be adopted soon, we hope, which provides a very clear and central role for municipalities as we move away from a centralized organized heating system towards a more decentralized organized heating system with a lot of district heating. And within those district heating systems, municipalities have a central role in determining who are shareholders, who are members, and there is always a requirement for at least 51% public shares in any kind of heating entity that is established then per municipality. And within that construction, there is also the possibility for heat communities to participate. So heat communities can also be set up then together with municipalities, but this is what I call here now Energy Community Plus, because it moves away from the classical form of electricity production on the basis of renewables to also potentially engaging in the production and actually also distribution and supply of heat, as heat systems are even more intricate. Coming close, Andreas. One point that I would really like to highlight, and then I'm also really looking forward to exchange with other experience in other European jurisdictions, is the activity of energy sharing, because there has been and is still a lot of discussion about this concept and possibilities of implementation. There is a research project going on in the Netherlands that has received quite large funding from the government and throughout the sector. So it's not necessarily an academic research project, but really meant to stimulate the sector to take up this concept of energy sharing. It's called Local for Local. And the main goal is, and that resulted also probably from the energy crisis, from the energy price crisis, essentially to provide affordable energy and to produce and supply energy at a cost price plus directly to their members. So the idea is to lower the profit of energy production and supply, as commercial production and supply companies would of course do, and to keep the price at the cost price of energy. Let's say that entails, of course, the upfront investment, the maintenance of any production facilities and infrastructure, with a little plus for potential reinvestments, for potential redistribution within the community. And they're also aiming to efficiently use the grid by maximizing collective self-consumption locally. So that means that all the members of that community need to be connected to the same cooperative supplier. And that cooperative supplier would send signals to those members saying, when do you actually consume your self-produced electricity? At which times of the day would that best fit? Everything, let's say, that is surplus is sold at the wholesale market and goes back in the community. And everything that is needed extra is bought by the supplier on the wholesale market and then at a different tariff sold to the members. So really the members would see, this is the tariff that I have to pay for my self-consumption. That's the cost price plus system. And then there is another tariff appearing on their bill showing what was my consumption essentially, because my supplier or our cooperative supplier had to buy extra electricity on the market. So that they really try to provide an incentive to shift demand to the times of local self-owned production. And it's a really large consortium with IT companies, with energy communities, with cooperative suppliers, all kinds of entities involved in trying to set up this local for local project. And the website, you can have a look at it. It's really insightful. They started just in 2023 and they're running, I think, up until the end of this year or even 2026. And the idea is then to evaluate, can this be something that we structurally integrate? Yeah. And this is also what the ministry is busy with at the moment. I was attending an event in April now where they're really trying to develop a vision for energy communities in the future energy system. And so on top, let's say, of what is there in the current Energy Act. And they organized this meeting much more around, and I was really happily surprised by how the ministry organized this meeting, because they invited a really broad range of stakeholders from the sector. So there were around 100 people attending this event a month ago. And it was organized around public values. So which kind of public values can be facilitated through communities? What is working, what is not working, and what can the ministry take upon in a vision in order to facilitate and structure those public values. So this, they're working on a document at the moment that should be published after the summer, probably in Dutch, but if you stay tuned, I will hopefully write something about it in English or Spanish, who knows. And this just to say, we are working at the moment at the Groningen Center of Energy Law on plenty of those topics that have been raised also by the energy community's vision search, so to say, with, I named here a couple of PhD working on a lot of topics, ongoing topics that have been mentioned and that certainly still need to be further explored. So stay tuned and stay in touch, also stay connected with those PhDs and their research, as there is a lot going on and a lot to be said. And I'm happy to exchange anything further in detail and in depth with you in the coming event here of this nice conference. Thanks, Andreas.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Lea. Thank you for this interesting view of the evolving legal framework of the Netherlands. And now the second presentation will be on Germany. We are grateful to have with us Anna Papke, which is a researcher from the Stiftung Umwelt- und Energierecht. Anna will present on the attempted transposition of the energy sharing in Germany, a new approach to citizen energy. Anna, you have the floor. Thank you very much. 20 minutes, please, at maximum.
Hello, can you hear me? And can you see my slides?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Okay, so I will tell you something about energy sharing for the most part. First of all, good afternoon and warm greetings to Tarragona. Unfortunately, I can't be here in person, but thank you for giving me the chance to present online. Thank you for the invitation and the organization of this Congress. It's a pleasure for me to tell you something about citizen energy in Germany, and my focus will be on energy sharing. And I hope the following lecture will somewhat clarify for you why I regard this topic as the right now most interesting aspect of citizen energy in Germany. Citizen energy in Germany has a relatively long tradition in Germany. Its origins lie in the grassroots movements in the 1970s and 1980s. Legal regulations for renewable energies were introduced for the first time in 1990 by the so-called Stromeinspeisungsgesetz, or in English, Electricity Feed-in Act. And more comprehensive in the year 2000 in the Erneuerbare Energiengesetz, or short EEG, our renewable energy law. Both laws recognized and addressed the poor negotiation position of small producers in the energy market, and this resulted in an obligation of grid operators to purchase electricity from renewable energy operators, and fixed feed-in tariffs, which were guaranteed for 20 years, thus mitigating market risks. This led to a considerable share of citizen energy within renewable energy production, and it was produced both by energy communities and by individual citizens, for example, farmers or people who had solar power on their roofs. The legal framework has been a great help for renewable energies, and this also led to the fact that citizen energy in Germany has been thriving over the last decades due to the fact that the legal framework created a level playing field for smaller generation plants. But apart from that, there are no further specific facilitation for citizen energy. Not unlike in the Netherlands, specific facilitations or funds for citizen energy communities, for example. The only exception are rules for citizen energy communities participating in tenders for subsidies. So if owners of small generation plants want to share their energy with others or sell it to final customers, the general rules apply. They are categorized as electricity suppliers, and therefore they must comply with all the supplier obligations, and they are charged full taxes, levies, and network charges. This is obviously not really an incitament to do so. So we can see how citizen energy is used by the producers. Part of it is used for self-supply. This is what households or smaller or bigger commercial enterprises do. So they just don't put the electricity in the grid, but use it for themselves. And the other way to use electricity is to sell it to third parties on the electricity market. They then get a feed-in tariff, and producers with small installations up to 100 kilowatt installed capacity get a feed-in tariff directly from the grid operator. So they don't have to worry about the marketing. They just put the electricity in the grid and get the tariff. However, there's usually no direct transfer of electricity to others. For example, in energy communities, if they when they produce electricity, they usually sell it to the market, and then it is bought by an electricity supplier, and this electricity goes back to the households, but there's no energy or very little energy sharing going on, like that electricity is sold or given directly from the installations to the customers. It's therefore quite interesting to look at the implementation of energy sharing in Germany. the term energy sharing appeared in the legal context in the Clean Energy for All Europeans package back in 2018 and 19. This provided for energy sharing in renewable energy communities, citizen energy communities, and for jointly acting self-consumers. In 2024, the revised Electricity Market Directive established energy sharing independent of those communities. So according to Article 2, Number 10, Electricity Market Directive, active customers are entitled to share energy with each other without having to be a member of a community. So now we go to the German side. Here, the reaction to this European acts was rather reticent. In the beginning, there was no implementation of citizen energy communities or renewable energy communities in German law, and therefore no energy sharing either. Later on, back in 2024, a regulation for the sharing of electricity within the same building was established. And a bit later that year, last autumn, a government draft containing a comprehensive regulation on energy sharing was issued. But before it could be passed by the government or by the parliament, the government unfortunately collapsed. So now we have some in-between mode where we have the draft, but not the final law. I'm just going to look at this draft with you. This was planned to be regulated in paragraph 42c of the Energiewirtschaftsgesetz, the Energy Industry Act, which is the central law in Germany for grid-bound energy regulation. And within this law, energy sharing was to be regulated within the chapter on energy supply to final customers. On the right side, you can see how it's supposed to look like. So according to this draft, who is supposed to participate in energy sharing? On the one hand, we have installation operators. These can be natural persons, partnerships with legal capacity or legal entities under private law, all of whose partners or members are micro companies, small or medium-sized enterprises, or legal entities under public law. Final customers, on the other hand, can be natural or legal persons who purchase energy for their own consumption. And if the final customer is an enterprise, only micro companies, small or medium-sized enterprises can be part. So that's the same for installation operators and final customers. On the other hand, professional providers are excluded. The operation of the installation must not be predominantly serve the commercial activity of the operator or the end consumer who is involved as a shareholder. So regular producers and suppliers are excluded, also those who specialize in green electricity. However, citizen energy communities are to be included. Here, the focus is laid on the individual participants. So you see I highlighted the word or in the first sentence because here we concentrate on the end consumer who is involved as a shareholder, not on the operator itself, the company. So how is energy sharing supposed to work? It's that way that energy sharers are supposed to conclude two contracts. On the one hand, the supply contract, and on the other hand, the contract on the organization of energy sharing, including the right of use, allocation formula, and consideration. Energy sharing, of course, increases demands on measurement and billing. And in order to be able to allocate electricity quantities, the law requires a quarter-hourly recording power measurement of the electricity purchased by the final customers and of the electricity generated. So you basically need a smart meter to do so. grid operators are therefore assigned a certain role in the organization of energy sharing. They must provide billing and communication systems suitable for mass business. So this will be quite a thing to do for the grid operators. There are some other grid-related specifications. One is that energy sharing, the installation operator has to supply electricity using the public electricity distribution grid, meaning that energy sharing does not, for example, take place within an apartment block, only on a bigger range. And from the European law, we have a very wide regional restriction that energy sharing has to be within the same bidding zone or a more limited geographical area as determined by that member state. And here the German specifications are much tighter. The power installation and all consumers supplied with electricity have to be located within the balancing area of an electricity distribution system operator. So this is quite more narrow than the whole bidding zone. Since energy sharing, of course, brings a lot of organizational work, there is the option to have some simplifications here for the participants. Since the installation operator may commission a third party to take over services such as installation and operation, including metering and maintenance, contracting and billing, and other services, all adopted from the EU directive. And this third party may and probably will be a commercial provider. So they are not fully out, but not as energy sharers themselves. Installation operators must not provide full electricity supply, but they have to inform their final customer on the consequences of this. And this not full electricity supply means that there will necessarily be another commercial supplier for the required residual electricity. So somebody who will be involved in an electricity sharing will receive electricity from two sides, the commercial supplier and the energy sharer. One important point are the supplier obligations. They are regarded as a major obstacle for small electricity suppliers to become active. There are quite some supplier obligations in Germany, often derived from European law, and they include, for example, the transparency requirements, including comprehensible contract design and fuel mix disclosure, and that you have to notify the energy supply to the Bundesnetzagentur, our regulatory agency. The European law foresees an exception to supplier obligations for small installation operators, and they can be voluntarily implemented for member states. And the German legislator did so and implemented these exceptions in full extent. So there are no supplier obligations for household customers operating an installation not exceeding an installed capacity of 30 kilowatt for a single family home or 100 kilowatt for a multi-apartment block. So what does this draft implementation of energy sharing say about citizen energy? Could the draft law open up new prospects for citizen energy? So it certainly simplifies the electricity distribution to final customers organizationally. But one decisive factor is likely to be its economic attractiveness. And in this respect, the law does not contain any facilitations regarding taxes, levies, and charges. This is, of course, according to the European law which does either not foresee any facilitations. So energy sharing will make supply for small citizen energy communities or citizens easier, but not necessarily cheaper. What's next? Is there a regulation on energy sharing to be expected? The European law helps us a bit because member states shall bring into force the provision on energy sharing by 17th of July 2026. And since at least parts of the regulation in Article 15a have no equivalent in German law, the German legislator should implement these European provisions. On the question when a regulation is to be expected and what it will look like, this depends, of course, on the new German government, and there's no reliable prediction possible. But energy sharing is at least mentioned in the coalition agreement, and a large part of the regulation is a transposition of Article 15a of the Electricity Market Directive. So in that respect, major changes to what I presented to you are hardly to be expected because many topics are not really to be politically disputed. So much about energy sharing in Germany. Thank you very much for listening, and I give back to you on the podium in Tarragona.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for this very, very interesting presentation on energy sharing, which is a crucial piece of the ongoing new energy model. And it is absolutely interesting to know the direction of the German legislation in this field. Please stay tuned because at the end of this panel, we'll open the floor for some Q&A. Thank you very much. And now the next presentation on France will be on charge of Blanche Lormetot, which is permanent researcher at the CNRS Universitat de Rennes. Blanche, you have the floor for 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, and you see
yes,
my PowerPoint? Yeah? Okay.
Perfect.
So, gracias, Andrews, y gracias a todos los organizadores.
Thank you, all the organizers.
In Spanish, I learned Italian during my school, so sorry. So, thank you, Andrews, and all the team for the invitation to present the energy communities in French law. I have proposed this title, the regulated recognition of territorial energy socio-system, because of the French energy law. The French electricity law is still centralized, and anything that might appear to be an independent electricity system, such as energy community, are perceived as a risk to the centralized system and are therefore strongly regulated or restricted. But as you know, when it comes to energy communities, we are talking about transposing European law. So France's room for maneuver is limited. Just to clarify one point, there is no energy community in France yet, as the legal framework permits it. So this contribution is just an analysis of the legal framework. The context in which the French legislator adopted the energy community law is particular. Firstly, the electricity system in terms of both law and institutional organization is still centralized. There is a monopoly on the distribution grid operated by Enedis and on the transmission grid operated by RTE. Secondly, the French Minister for Energy and Budget are omnipresent. For example, it is the French Minister for Energy who grants authorization for collective self-consumption in rural zones with a perimeter of 20 kilometers, just from small town, and it's the French minister. Thirdly, the competition regarding supplier activities has not been fully realized. We still have the option of the regulated sales tariff for individuals. However, we can consider the full opening to competition to have occurred in 2016, so very recently, when local authorities are obliged to put electricity supplier out to tender. So, some example of landmarks of the possibility to create a veritable territorial energy socio-system as energy communities. Since 2015, local authorities have been authorized to participate in a renewable energy production company as a shareholder if and only if the company is based on their territory. This faculty is a huge exception to the prohibition in principle of a holding to the capital of a commercial company or any other profit-making body whose purpose is not to operate municipal services or activities of general interest. And still, since 2050, there is a possibility for citizens to become a shareholder of a renewable energy production company if they live near the project site. These first forms of grouping around a renewable energy production project already outline the main characteristic of energy communities. The formation of a legal entity comprising natural and legal person, both public and private, who live close to the site of the renewable energy production facilities or whose territory supports the facilities. However, these groupings only concern the production activity with no direct involvement of a relationship between a producer and a consumer. So it's just participative investment without building a short energy circuits. The tipping point has been the development of collective self-consumption, for which a legal framework has been gradually established since 2016. Collective self-consumption is a grouping together with a legal entity in a strict geographical perimeter scope of one or more producer and one or more consumer who exchange the energy produced according to organizational rules agreed by them and which transit on the public distribution grid. The first tipping point is that in the context of collective self-consumption, the link between the producer and the consumer is not legally a supply activity, but a sales activity. This is a central issue in French energy law. When you supply, you need ministerial authorization, the supply license, which means that you have to be able to carry out all the public services obligation associated with the supply activity supported by market suppliers, something that a small producer cannot do, even less so if the producer is an individual. But in a collective self-consumption, the contract is therefore a sales contract and not a supply contract. By allowing the direct existence of a contractual relationship between producer and consumer, collective self-consumption profoundly changed energy law. The second tipping point is that all electricity flows must pass through the public electricity distribution grid, and there is no question of challenging the monopoly. As a result, the contractual relationship between producer and consumer have a physical equivalent as the energy flow pass through the public distribution grid and fictionally in a geographical perimeter. And de facto, the exchange will be given a local character by setting different geographical distance within which the collective self-consumption operation takes place. Collective self-consumptions constitute a first form of territorial energy socio-system and therefore their fertile ground, the home for future energy community by authorizing first a direct link between producer and consumer. And secondly, these relationships take place within a delimited geographical area. What remains finally is the question of the governance of the legal entity managing these new relationships, something to which energy communities provide a partial response. So, transposition of the legal framework begins in 2019. French law has broadly taken on board the legal framework proposed by the European law, while clarifying and adapting into the national legal tradition. Few general things, as permitted by European law, France is maintaining the protection of the grid monopoly. Community cannot own, operate, or delegate the operation of a new electricity or gas distribution system, even though they own the existing system. This possibility of restricting the right of community to manage network is expressively provided in European law only for the citizen energy community, but both types of community are not allowed to engage this activity in French law. The energy community will incorporate producer and consumer link already established in French legislation, but will also include other activity requested by the European law. Transposition is on this point strict. But this factor raises a number of questions which already exist in collective self-consumption law. Just one example, the right of energy consumer. The right of energy consumer. Under French law, for the time being, members of energy community, such as collective self-consumption operation, therefore enter into electricity sales contract because they are sales contract and not supply contract. They do not benefit from the protection of consumer law. It is true that community have more skills, but there are no major change compared with collective self-consumption in terms of the notion of energy socio-system. Since, as in the case of collective self-consumption, direct relation between members of a legal entity are permitted. But the distinction is very clear when it comes to the rule of governance and forces the French legislator to really establish the existence of a territorial energy socio-system. As participation is, in principle, open and voluntary, it's by determining the category of members of their eligibility for effective control that the governance of energy community in French law is specified. Both communities can have the same membership category, but as we will see, the fundamental distinction between them is in the relationship between effective control and the territory in which the legal entity operates, and therefore the way in which the legal entity autonomy is ensured. French law lays down a simple presumption of effective control where more than 40% of the community voting rights belong, directly or indirectly, by one of this category of person eligible to exercise such a control, and that no other category of person has a higher share of the vote than the former. A distinction is made between open participation and the notion of effective control. The objective is that energy sector companies do not dominate community governance through their knowledge or their investment in order to allow territorial appropriation of this energy socio-system by citizen member and shareholder. For example, there are strict rules regarding ownership by company and their employee. A company and its employee may not together hold more than 40% of the fund, quasi fund, and voting rights, just for example. The vigilance is also expressed with regard to energy sector company, but creating some ambiguity. Under French law, unlike European law, the participation of professionals in the energy sector, the directive says private undertaking, is limited in both communities. European law only prohibits their participation for renewable energy communities. First. Secondly, French law is unclear. It is prohibited for energy sector companies to participate unless they are community energy consumer, like a final consumer. That's to say, they cannot participate in an energy community as part of their primary commercial or professional activity. In European law, this rule applies only to the final consumer. In French law, the French law applies this prohibition to any participation, even when the company is not in its role as final consumer. Energy services company, which can provide energy efficiency services to community of which they may be member, are not concerned by the European restriction as they are not the final consumer. And it seems that the French legislator formulation is too rigid, too strict, to allow for such attitude. However, it's still unclear and will be helpful to have it clarified in the future. Finally, the second element of effective control is geographical proximity, a criterion specific to renewable energy community. In accordance with European law, only renewable energy communities are subject to this proximity requirement, with criteria varying according to the category of member. Only the renewable energy community requires that control be exercised only by members who are located in proximity to the renewable energy project to which it has subscribed. Therefore, several categories of member, shareholder, may coexist, but only those geographically close to the renewable energy projects may exercise control over them. For example, individuals must live within the department or a neighboring department where community projects are carried out. This geographical proximity condition applies only to the category of member holding more than 40% of the voting right in the community. Thus, we can imagine an energy community composed like that, but simply an energy community composed of 40 individuals. 20 people will be located close to the project and collectively hold more than 40% of the voting rights, and thus could have effective control. and the remaining 20 other people, not being able to exercise effective control, but just member. Okay, so a simple governance framework could be, a more simple governance framework could have been considered, but it is the one chosen by French law. We therefore have two approaches to the territorial energy socio-system with regard to the effective governance of communities, and control is more strong for renewable energy communities than one might expect for citizen energy communities. Perhaps the reason is that their citizen communities are not exclusively focused on renewable electricity and making localism less important. To conclude, the framework for the governance of energy communities in French law is quite complex, but it outlines a typology of the notion of a socio-territorial energy system. First, a legal entity competent to ensure almost all activities of the electrical system, except the distribution, red line. And secondly, a legal entity controlled by its member with a privilege granted to the renewable energy community for the geographical proximity of the renewable energy project. A legal entity controlled by its member so that the community can actually provide environmental benefits, economic or social, to its member or to the local territories where it carry out its activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Blanche, for this overview of the French situation about the territorial energy social system. So we are perfectly in time, and we have 10 minutes for Q&A comments. So short question and quick answers. So if in the public there is some question for our presenters or the presenter between them, I will break the ice with a question to Leah. You mentioned at the very end of your presentation a reference to the next HEAT Act, right? And this new legislation will provide some new regulation about the role of energy community in the heat sector. Could you provide us some information about that evolving regulation? Thank you.
On this was a bit short in the presentation indeed, because it's also relatively recently happening now in the Netherlands, coming with a phase out of natural gas, thinking about, okay, what kind of sources can we untap? What kind of infrastructure can we develop for heat supply in the Netherlands, which is quite essential. And with heat, you are quickly then either at very individual solutions, so heat pumps per individual house, or you are district heating, which is still relatively small compared to, of course, the nationally developed gas grid, which works perfectly in the Netherlands, but is now, well, essentially the idea is it's not needed anymore. They start actually removing also parts of it. And because of then the very much, let's say, not looking at heat pumps, that's of course individual then to house owners, but looking at the more decentral character of district heating, it was decided to give really a central role to the municipalities, which are now obliged, each municipality is obliged to develop a heating vision for their municipality, where they indicate areas that are heated by different types of technologies. And one of them is indeed district heating systems. If that's possible by like the physical characteristics of a specific neighborhood or a part of a city. And within the development then of such a district heating system, so next to potential other alternatives, in the development of the district heating system. And because of the physical characteristics of a district heating system, which is of course much more integrated with production towards supply, you cannot unbundle such a system. They give a very strong role to the public sector. And that was quite surprising in the Netherlands. And it was also very much discussed because the Netherlands otherwise is quite well known for, well, at least for liberalizing the sector as much as possible, for giving away as much as possible room for private entities, at least for production and supply for electricity. And these public entities can then also partly work together with heat communities that are established also. And there are different constructions, which I think I tried to explain them in this book, but they are also very nicely summarized by this entity, Energie Samen, so this umbrella organization for energy communities in the Netherlands, that they are essentially, it's the same definition as energy communities in the General Energy Act of the Netherlands, for heat. So they can also be composed of individual members, households, SMEs, municipalities, and they can, together with the municipality, engage in the production, distribution and supply of heat. And that's really coming up, and that was also in the graph that I showed. There are already some of those collective, cooperatively organized heating systems in the Netherlands, but with the progress of this transition, and the municipalities, they are now busy developing those heating plans for their cities and municipalities. These communities also see now, this is potentially also another activity where they can, where they are recognized actually under the Heating Act and where they can broaden actually up their scope. So I think that this is quite a promising space, legally dedicated also to communities.
Yep. Thank you, Leah. We have room for one question in just okay, but we have to use the microphone.
My question is also for Leah. You mentioned, although not in passing, that net metering is going to be phased out in the Netherlands. I was wondering, don't you think it will have an adverse effect on the growth of energy communities?
Just a very quick answer, net metering is then phased out for individual consumers, so not necessarily for communities. So this support scheme in place for collective generation remains in place. That's just in place. What is a major issue at the moment in the Netherlands is net congestion. So we have a lot of projects on waiting lists at distribution system operators which cannot connect new construction projects, new generation of renewable energy. They cannot be connected to the grid because there is simply no capacity, which is an objective justification for the system operator to reject the right to connect and to transport, essentially. So one of the major challenges in the Netherlands is, and this is also where communities are trying to play a role, is to not only produce and to follow, let's say, the support schemes incentivizing production, but to potentially also engage in matching production with consumption on a local scale. And that's now incentivized by phasing out this net metering scheme for individual households. So if you cannot always yet use all the self-produced electricity all the time, regardless of the exact time frame when you produced it, you might have an incentive to install a battery, no? But the same they are trying to implement now for communities. And then this local for local project and this initiatives is one example. They are trying to implement energy sharing and provide affordable energy, but also at the same time offer a solution for this net congestion problem, because they are trying really to go to the local as possible level to also maximize, let's say, the available grid capacity to the largest extent possible. So this is really a challenge, physical challenge, where energy communities are also now trying to, next to heating, also in let's say flexibility and more exact matching of demand and supply, trying to get involved in.
Thank you. We have some question in the chat. Please to Alba. Yeah, Alba can summarize or present the question.
Yes, well, the questions are both from Blanche and Anna, so I don't know if they would like to say the questions out loud. But otherwise, Blanche asked also to Leah that she did not understand fully the issue of the supply license. If you could explain a bit better, a bit more again. And then Anna, she also got a question about the legal framework in the Netherlands. You were talking about a feed-in tariff and a special funding for energy communities. Do you also have tariffs for other producers as well? And if so, are they much lower than the ones energy communities receive?
Very quickly, first one on the exception for not needing a supply license to directly supply to members. That was, yeah, it's also, again, to me at least, quite surprising that that was included in the Energy Act, but energy communities for now, they're really happy with that. Essentially, you, as a normal commercial supplier, you need a supply license in the Netherlands to supply to final customers. And this is revoked for energy communities to supply directly to their members for the amount, of course, that they produce and that on a yearly basis. And then it is also said that this should be limited, and we don't have this lower legislation yet, but it should be limited to a set amount of customers. Now, again, I think what will happen is a similar thing what Anna presented in her presentation about energy sharing, that saying, okay, you would always still need to have a backup supplier, because probably the community cannot guarantee the provision of energy and the supply of energy 100% 24/7. So this is, I think, an interesting point that we have to see how this is going to develop. If you're going to have two suppliers, which is possible already, that you can have two suppliers in the Netherlands on the same connection point. But then, of course, the question is, where is the responsibility, let's say, in terms of consumer protection? No? And this probably remains with the more commercial supplier, as I suppose. So this is, this is, again, like one of, like, kind of a backup system, I'd say, similar to what I understood from the German situation. The sharing, so in this sharing scheme that they're implementing now in these local for local projects, there is still a cooperative supplier involved. So this cooperative supplier facilitates the sharing within the community and also takes care of selling any potential surplus of energy to the market and buying also any additional needs, let's say, that is then used for supply to the consumers. So that's, let's say, that difference. And the second question for the scheme, it's essentially the same, like for the support scheme. The question was, okay, the collective, there is a support scheme for collective generation. So any cooperative or owners association can apply for, it's called the support scheme for collective generation, literally translated. And that is an exploitation subsidy for renewable energy production, which essentially covers the difference between a base amount and any market price that the collective entity would receive. And that's the same for any other renewable energy producer. That's also the, I'm thinking now in Dutch terms, but it's also a renewable energy support scheme, essentially, that functions on the basis of a market price and depends on the market price. It's the same. But in this case, let's say the collective scheme they have their own pot, so to say, so they don't have to compete immediately with any other larger scale commercially organized renewable energy producers, but they have their own pot that is earmarked and dedicated for collective entities. That's essentially the advantage then that is there. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now it's time to end this panel. I would like to thank again Leah, Anna, and Blanche for the presentation. Anna and Blanche, I hope that soon I have the opportunity to welcome you here in person in Tarragona. Thank you all. Thank you for our public. Now we have 30 minutes more or less for a coffee break. Will we resume this session, the second panel, 5:15. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So good afternoon still. We will end in the evening. This is the second panel dedicated to 3 different species in South Europe on energy communities, and another one in the other side of the Atlantic in the United States. We'll make some kind of strange travel, beginning in Portugal, following Italy, and then in Greece, and then taking the plane and going to the United States. 2 presentations here in presence, and 2 more online. So I will avoid a long preface because we are short of time. We'll ask the presenters to stick to the time left, so 20 minutes as a maximum, to have some room to questions and answers. And we begin, so we have set with the Portuguese experience with Isabel Celeste Monteiro da Fonseca. The floor is yours. Obrigado.
Good afternoon. My name is Isabel Fonseca. I am a law professor and I run a research program on smart cities and law. Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure. Thank you. And use. Well, I want to share some ideas about how the choice of clean energies, decentralization in energy production through energy communities and self-consumption communities are a friendly planet solution, and how they are already a reality in Portugal. I must say, even though that in Portugal the production model is still centralized and the dependency on electricity is enormous. Let's take a look. As we all recognize, we are living in times of climate emergency. We are all aware of its enormous impacts. The European Union created an ambitious plan for climate and energy policies, seeking to respond to both a carbon economy and dependency on energy imports. In this sense, to achieve these energy and climate goals, it is essential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to increase the share of renewable energy, to improve energy efficiency, which is crucial for achieving competitiveness and sustainability, and to establish a new system of European energy governance. Increased use of energy from renewable sources is therefore essential to promote several aspects of sustainable development, such as security of energy supply, sustainable energy supply at affordable prices, technological development and innovation, and industrial and technological leadership. So, greater use of renewable energies creates both social and health benefits, as well as employment and regional development opportunities, particularly in rural and isolated areas in regions of Portugal or territories or low population density. It also helps to combat energy poverty. We know that there are still many people on this planet that don't have access to affordable energy because the price of energy is so high. They cannot afford a house that is warm in the winter and cool in the summer. This is also the case in Portugal, mainly because of houses are not energy efficient, and the price of electricity is still very high. It's true that there are now a number of new sources of energy starting to appear through solar panels, gas, and wind power, but we have to admit that it's still expensive. In this context, the European Union created the Clean Energy Package for all Europeans, which aims to introduce new rules in the field of energy regulation for the new future. In Portugal, the roadmap for carbon neutrality 2030 was also drawn up, and also the National Energy and Climate Plan 2030 was developed. It set targets for reducing greenhouse gas emission, incorporating energy from renewable sources, energy efficiency and security, and internal market research, innovation, and competitiveness. To summarize, we can say that there is a process on change in Portugal. We can say three things. We can say that it is recognized that it is important to highlight the ongoing process of energy transition and decentralization. It is recognized also that the need for the use of new energy sources, the use of solar and wind energy, and implementation of energy microgrids and smart grids, which are eligible for renewable energy communities in Portugal. For example, during the recent energy blackout in Portugal, this microgrid project at University of Coimbra worked and ensured the building's energy supply. And we have to recognize also one important point. Municipalities have played a central role in efforts to combat climate change, particularly in the promotion of renewable energy communities. Let's see what the Directive 2018 says. The directive establishes a common system for promoting the use of energy from renewable sources, providing for three aspects: the establishment of binding European targets of at least 32% of energy coming from renewable energy sources, the regulation of the first time of energy self-consumption, the establishment of a set of common rules for the use of renewable energy in the electricity, heating and cooling and transport sectors throughout the European Union. In Portugal, I want to emphasize the law, the Decree Law 2022. It was approved, transporting the Directive 2018, this decree law still poses many challenges for the implementation of renewable energy communities. Let's see how Portuguese law regulates this kind of community energy. What is renewable energy community? Let me see 3 or 4 points of the law: the rules regarding the entities that can create them, the procedures for their creation, and how municipalities can assume a greater role in their promotion, creation, implementation, and all the norms, all of these regulate is challenging. I will say why. First of all, the definition, the concept. So sorry, let's see about, just a moment, about, okay, thank you so much. Here, how the law in Portugal defines a renewable energy community. It's a problem. It's a problem because it's a global definition, and it's to create the kind of entities that can do part of this renewable energy community. It's a legal person through open and voluntary membership of its members, partners or shareholders, who may be natural or legal persons, a public or private nature, and it can be also a small or a medium-sized enterprises or a local authority. Three aspects reveal the identity of the renewable energy community. First, the members or participants are located in the vicinity of the renewable energy project or carry out activities related to the renewable energy projects of the respective energy community, necessarily including unit and production for self-consumption. Second, those projects are owned and developed by the renewable energy community or by third parties, provided that they benefit and serve the renewable energy community. And first and second, and now the last, expect the primary objective of the energy community is to provide environmental, social, and economic benefits to its members or communities, rather than to make financial profits. To summarize, we can say that the Portuguese law regulating renewable energy communities still has some weakness. In fact, the rules regarding the entities that can create them, the procedures for their creation, and how municipalities can assume a greater role in their promotion, creation, and implementation, I said, are challenging. In the process of creation local energy communities, we must emphasize the role of the municipalities. Let's look at the role of the municipalities in promoting that kind of energy communities and self-consumption communities. I want to say that in Portugal, a municipality can be a member of the community if it is a cooperative, or can be a shareholder in the company. It may simply be a promoter or a facilitator, and can be the governing body, or it can have direct involvement through ownership of the community enterprise. Municipalities can do more because of some weakness in the procedures. The authorization process is difficult, time-consuming and complex, involving several public bodies. It can be said that there is still a complex licensing procedure, which has made it difficult to implement. Indeed, we have 2, 3, or more, but a few communities in operation. And we recognize that municipalities can play a central role in efforts to combat climate change, particularly in promotion of renewable energy communities. But they can do better. How? By mapping, for instance, by mapping poverty in the municipality, helping to simplify administrative procedures, promoting a reduction in taxes and financial support, or their economic and financial incentives. It can also encourage co-investment and citizen co-ownership by transferring municipal land or roof, provide technical and legal assistance, promote energy literacy, because we don't have energy literacy enough, and municipalities can promote also circular economy literacy, mapping areas with highest energy production. So municipalities can do better. We are doing little steps, step by step, and we are doing the best we can, and municipalities can do better. Thank you so much.
Muito obrigado. Thank you. And then we move forward to Italy with the presentation of Professors Francesco Tuccari e Barbara Ceitura. Voi avete il palco. No? We have some minutes for conversation if you want. If you have any... It's okay by now? Il palco è vostro.
Good evening. Good evening, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you in particular to my friends and colleague Andrew Scocciolo. And we have to speak about the Italian legal framework in the subject of the renewable energy communities. The most appropriate title that we have thought is another way to supply energy, respecting the environment and improving the cohesion. That represents in any way the fil rouge of our exposition. The first, one of the basic pillars of the green revolution and ecological transition processes underway in the European Union is the energy transition, whose key issues are the access to resources and the services and the promotion of the use of alternative sources. In this perspective, which integrates environmental and economic aspects with territorial and social ones, a strategic role, especially in Italy, can be played by the energy communities as incubators of a peculiar form of democracy, the energetic one, which requires a rethinking of the traditional relationship between citizens, companies, and public authorities. Now we are going to investigate the main profiles and problems of the energy communities, especially renewable ones, in attempt to outline the prospect for their effective implementation, development in the legal Italian system. Once upon a time in Italy. Why? Because the first energetic community born in Italy in 1894, and is the world's first elective cooperative, still now regularly in operation, and this is a Società Cooperativa per l'Illuminazione Elettrica, established in Chiavenna, near Como, and this is a pre-existent the late on the 19th century in the electricity and the hydroelectric sector, and born as a
formulas, particular formulas, to which disadvantaged communities resorted in order to set up and manage energy production facilities for consumption in the relevant territorial area. In Italian legal system, there is a favor for REC and has been implemented in the last 5 years due to the fact they become a sort of hub for new forms of active citizenship, energy citizenship, governed by the general institutional and constitutional principle of democracy. Reference is made to energy democracy, principle of solidarity, equality, subsidiarity, cooperation, and collaboration. In fact, the strength of the community initiatives in this field is therefore that of user-consumer participation. What is the Italian legal framework? Regulated first in Italian legal system by Decree Law number 162 of December the 2019, excuse me, converted with the amendments by law number 8 of 2020, which anticipated on the point of the transposition of the Directive RED II, allowing the establishment of SER from the outset. It is with the mission of Recovery and the Resilience Fund, Green Revolution and the Ecological Transition, and in particular with the component 2, renewable energy, hydrogen network, and sustainable mobility, that the new reforms lines have been developed in this area aimed at achieving the strategic objectives of decarbonization of the system and the energy directive. And then Directive RED II, whose Article 22 provides on and regulates the use of energy from renewable source, was then transposed in Italy by Legislative Decree number 199/2021. The Decree 199 defines renewable energy communities by establishing the conditions and modalities under which a final customer have the right to organize themselves into renewable energy communities. And the decree on general authorization schemes for the construction and operation of installation using renewable source with a view to further simplification has also provided a framework for the identification of suitable and suitable areas for installation of plants and the reduction of time for permit procedures relates to plant filing in suitable areas. The new national regulatory framework, has been implemented in recent years and in real time on 24th April of 2025 with the last legislative act. The national regulatory framework has been implemented in recent years with other provision by non-legislative independent authorities, including ARERA, which is the sector regulatory authorities, and 2 resolutions in particular. The first, number 318 of 2020, which transitionally initiated the regulation of shared electricity in buildings of condominiums, and the 7027 of 2022, which has approved the integrated test of diffuse self-consumption. Any definition, the regulatory framework defines RECs from a functional perspective. It follows from this notion that communities are legal entities of an open associative nature among individuals, local and territorial public bodies, small and medium-sized enterprises for the production and self-consumption of renewable energy through the use of shared facilities operating in well-defined territorial areas. What is the model? In an energy community, renewable electricity is shared between the various producers and consumers connected to the same primary cabin, thanks to the use of the national electricity distribution network that makes virtual sharing of such energy possible. Some question about legal nature. We haven't a specification what the nature of energy community means, and is. The formula is deliberately broad to encourage the widespread use and make the instrument very flexible. It's specified only that they are private entities in which the relationship between participants are governed by a private law contract, with the possibility of individuating a delegated entity responsible for the allocation of shared energy. The energy community is an autonomous legal entity whose main objective is to provide the environmental, economic, or social benefit at community level to its shareholders or members of local areas. Who are the participants? A renewable energy community is a legal entity whose members or controlling members may be citizens, small and medium-sized enterprise, for which participation in the REC does not constitute the main commercial and industrial activity, central and local authorities, including municipal administrations, association with the legal personality under private law, research and training institution, religious institution, third sector and environmental protection bodies which share renewable electricity for renewable energy plants through their consumption. In the event that the public entities also participate in the establishment of the activities of energy communities, institutions and mechanisms similar to those of the public debate provided for the construction of the so-called infrastructure, including energy plants, or significant impact could be applied. What the reference? The role of referent can be played by the community itself in the person who, by statute or constitutive act, as legal representation. Alternatively, the same role can be played by a producer as a REC member, a final customer as a REC member 2, a third-party producer and installation whose electricity produced is detected in the configuration which turns out to be an ESCO, which is a certified energy company. What are objective limits? all the points of collection and introduction of the plants in the perimeter of the single configuration must be located in the area of the same primary cabin. And the interactive primary cabin map allows you to locate conventional areas and verify that connection points are included in the area below the same primary cabin. The configurations may include several installation or upgrades of renewable source, even with storage system, and the installation may be also made available by a third-party producer who isn't a member or member of the energy community. In any case, all installation of the configuration must be in the availability and under the control of the community. What are the economic measures? An energy community can access the expected economic contributions by applying for the access to GSA, extensive self-consumption service. And the economic contribution are recognized in relation to each production plant up whose electricity is collected for the community configuration, and there the recovery fee defined by ARERA, the sector authority, for reimbursement of certain tariff components recognized on self-consumed electricity. The premium rate recognized on the shared energy encouraged, and the plant producers can also exploit all the energy supplied to the grid by selling it on the market or requesting its withdrawal from the GSA to the dedicated withdrawal service. And this is a peculiarity as a particular rule of Italian law, and this is the last
I am Barbara
rule.
I work in the University of Salento. Then I continue the speech. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. So the aim translated into a special measure of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan is to use the institution also to reduce territorial disparities and to implement its widespread in areas where it's expected to have the greatest social territorial impact. As an application of these policies, we have the measure that provides for RESC, whose production facilities are located in municipalities with a population of less than 5,000. A capital contribution is provided up to maximum of 40% of the investment cost from the resources of the Resilience and Recovery Plan. The purpose of social territorial cohesion is evident when considering the express exclusion of profit goal, the priority allocation of self-generated energy for self-consumption, the promotion of participation of all citizens, the reference of communities to well-defined territorial areas, and the accompanying role played by public administration. I try to... The issue of renewable energy overcross additional and relevant interests, including constitutional dignity such as competition, as confirmed by Article 26 by 118 2022 law. That's the annual law for the market and competition. Thus, the shift from an energy approach based on inter-subjective legal relationship to a model based on the transfer of energy to general public interest. And then the framework described above has been revised and implemented by the RED III directive. And a strong RED III directive gave a strong input to simplification of administrative procedures. And as a consequence of the EU Council in July 2023 recommended our country measure to streamline, to release procedures to accelerate the production of additional renewable energy and develop the electricity grid interconnection to absorb it. And so in this context, our recovery and resilience plan has been revised. On the other hand, according with Directive Red 3, meanwhile approved, our legislation provides for the adoption of a single text of rule governing the construction of energy production plants for renewable source, with the aim of realizing the simplification of authorization procedures. So the last mile, that is implementation of the recovery plan, a ministerial decree has been issued. It's the decree 7 December 2023, number 414, decreto, so-called decreto Catcher in Italy. And this decree defined the criteria and modalities for granting incentives to support electricity produced from renewable energy plants in energy communities and self-community configuration. And the decree identified 4 self-consumption models in order to broaden the target audience of incentives, and with it that of self-consumption of renewable energy, and the RECs are only one of these models. Italian Council of Ministers in 25 November 2024 approved implementation of Law 118/2022, the legislative decree number 119, so-called Testo Unico of Renewable Energy, on discipline of administrative regimes for the production of energy from renewable sources, with entering into force on 30 December 2024. The new rules aims to adapt the Italian regulatory system to those of the National Plan for Energy and Climate, and those to the RED III directive. And their main goals are the reconnaissance and the reorganization of the current legislation, formal and substantive coordination provision, ensure continuity, clarity, and simplification of administrative procedures, and expanding the use of digitalization and the use of a single digital platform. Defines the administrative regime for the construction and operation of plants for the production of energy from renewable source, and ensuring updating of procedures, providing the most extensive and optimal use of the digitalization. It's up to regions and local authorities to establish special rules for the further simplification of the administrative regimes governed by the consolidated text. But this text has various limits, weakness, present various critical issues, also noted by the Council of State when expressing the mandatory opinion prior to publication. Among the critical issues, the unclarified relationship with the Consolidated Environmental Act, and the lack of assessment of the impact of the legislative proposal, both in terms of the relationship within the acceleration procedures in force and as now proposed. And it contains no reference to communities, to energy communities. It contains primarily simplification of administrative regimes that were reduced from 4 into 3 only models: free activity, simplified enabling procedures, and single authorization. And the last law is the so-called Bill Decree 2025, and Law Decree number 1925 has been converted with amendments by Law number 60 of 24 April 2025. It contains urgent measures in favor of households and businesses, consisting of tariff concession for supply of electricity and gas, and greater transparency of retail offer, and strengthening of sanctions by supervisory authorities. This decree contains, despite the first one, so the Testo Unico, new rules about the energy communities. And its reform in the Article 31 of the Legislative Decree 199 of the 2021 and expand the number of subjects who can participate in renewable energy communities, eliminate restrictive constraints, including association in generic way, even without legal personality, because before the last decree introduced the limit of legal personality for societies, and the obligation that members are located in the same municipality as direct plants is removed. And important simplification also concern association, which will no longer have to have the requirement of possession of legal personality, and no profit entities, which will only need the recognition of the qualification of their sector entity. And the aim of community is reducing the inequalities to economic and social development instruments. And so continue to promote and encourage the aggregative process to the various institutions and socio-economic actors. According to this approach, territories become hub for new cooperation partners, we said at the beginning. In this way, communities promote and contribute to the economic and social development of communities. Nevertheless, have become an instrument for the large diffusion of use of renewable energy. And as this system generates positive externalities by activating forms of healthy competitiveness, both within the same territory and between different territories. And so one of these experiences is co-design. Co-design system is a method of defining and implementing public service projects at even involving the community concerned. Renewable community can also be created through this method, allowing the active participation of citizens, associations, and business in the design process. Co-planning, also through form of partnership, allows greater participation and adaptation to local needs. Thanks for your attention.
Grazie. Thank you. We move quickly to Greece with Ioana Angelaki. The floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Just a minute to share my screen. Hopefully you can see my screen now. Let me know.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if it's in presentation mode though. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. So thank you very much for the invitation. It's truly a pleasure to be here with you, even from distance. My name is Ioana Angelaki. I represent Electra Energy, a social enterprise from Greece, working towards the support of energy communities at both national and regional level. Today, I will be sharing with you a comprehensive look at how energy communities have evolved in Greece, their legal framework, their challenges, but also some success stories. And success stories that are coming from real people and communities leading the way in the transformation of the energy system here in Greece. I'm also very glad to have heard Leah's speech previously. I had the privilege of being her student at the University of Groningen back in 2019, and also the opportunity to learn from her. And she was actually the reason I chose to pursue a professional path in the field of energy communities. So greetings from Greece, Leah. Let me start by introducing briefly Electra Energy. We were founded back in 2016, based in Athens, but our new office, but also we have a new office in Ioannina, in northwest of Greece. And recently, since January 2025, we expanded through Electra Spain, a new cooperative in Madrid. We try to support energy communities and in general citizens, municipalities, small and medium enterprises to participate actively in the energy system through the model of energy communities, and we do that through actually 5 key pillars. We do that firstly through capacity building activities, helping citizens, municipalities, and enterprises understand the role and the right to participate in the energy market. We also do that by helping energy communities develop their own community projects. However, we are not a construction company, so we try to have a more advisory role in this field. The third pillar is the advocacy. So we try to push in order to improve the legal framework at the national level that governs the energy communities. And finally, the action research. So we help energy communities through know-how in EU and national programs, and we try to apply this know-how through pilots in Greece and in the Balkans as well. And finally, we try to bring also the initiatives that we support. We try to bring them together. So let's talk more about the Greek legal framework. Greece actually was one of the first countries in the EU to adopt a specific national legal framework specifically for energy communities, even before the adaptation of the EU directives. So back in 2018, the government passed the law 4513, which was inspired by the EU directives, but not identical to this. This law introduced the energy communities in the legal framework of civil cooperatives. And what made this definition really unique was that it combined elements from both renewable energy communities and citizen energy communities defined in the EU directives, as well as that by definition, the energy communities back then were linked with the alleviation of energy poverty. Some key features of this law was that, as mentioned before in other national frameworks, there was the requirement that at least 45% of the membership must be local, must be citizens who live there, or businesses must be based in the local area that the energy community operates, and thus ensuring that the energy communities are rooted in the local community. Another feature was energy communities were able to engage in a wide range of energy related activities, production, supply, efficiency, mobility, among others. And back then, in 2018, we had just 2 categories of energy communities, the ones that were for profit and non-for-profit. Based on the projects, so based on what if they were developing projects for self-consumption or for selling energy. And finally, we had some really favorable support schemes back then. The one was the priority in the examination process, when an energy community submitted an application to the DSO, the distributed system operator had by law a priority in this phase. And back in 2018, the really favorable scheme of the virtual net metering model was introduced, which helped significantly to actually increase the interest of citizens, but also enterprises and municipalities to participate in these initiatives. And this is actually the region that in almost, let's say, 4 years in Greece, from 2019 until 2023, we saw the emergence of more than 1,600 energy communities across the country. So about the implementation and the evaluation of the law, the picture was not entirely rosy. While the legal framework was ambitious, it lacked some critical safeguards. There was the corporate capture. So in fact, fewer than 100 of these 1,600 energy communities registered in the national registry are genuine energy communities consisting of citizens, municipalities and enterprises locally based, and energy communities that truly aligned with the EU principles of energy democracy, that is focusing on local benefits, and the inclusion and energy democracy. On the positive side, as I mentioned before, we have this ministerial decision of 2019, which introduced the virtual net metering model, this collective self-consumption scheme, which greatly helped energy communities in Greece. It was a really economic favorable model, and helped also many vulnerable households to participate for free and receive free electricity from a lot of energy communities here in Greece. Still, even if we had this really favorable ministerial decision, it was only about self-production and didn't offer the tools for or the regulatory tools and enabling framework to expand the activities of the energy communities in different business models. So we saw that even if in the basic law, the main law of 45/23, we had the opportunity as an energy communities to do more than self-production, we lacked actually the enabling framework to actually implement these projects. And now fast forward to 2023, and here in Greece we enter a new chapter. This law was passed to bring actually in Greece in line with the EU definitions of renewable energy communities and citizen energy communities. And also this law actually phased out the previous energy communities, the ones that I mentioned before. And what it also introduces that the energy communities cannot longer be formed with the previous legal framework because they don't align with the EU framework. So they cannot produce, actually they cannot develop new projects. In order to produce in order to develop new projects, they have to actually practically convert themselves into renewable energy communities or citizen energy communities. So it was a major step back for the existing energy communities here in Greece. But even if we try to push for, you know, a better transposition process, it didn't happen here in Greece. So yes, this new law, if we can say some basic things, some main things about this is that they actually removed this really important link between the energy communities and the alleviation of energy poverty. They kept this 51% of the local participation rule only for the renewable energy communities and not for the citizen energy communities, which can operate nationwide. What else they did is that they, with this specific law, they phased out also the virtual net metering for energy communities and for households. We had a new model since then, a model with a less favorable, let's say, economics, which is called virtual net billing. And that's why since then, since 2023 until today, we have less than 100 new energy communities, RECs and SECs. So if we can evaluate shortly this new law is that we have actually a really, you know, a bottleneck situation here in Greece because we have three different definitions for energy communities. The last one, the previous one, regs and segs. And of course, this creates a confusion and a discouragement among citizens and members of the existing energy communities, because they have to decide if they want to convert the energy community into a new legal type, and they have to do all this bureaucratic process, which is not easy to do, especially if you are a citizen. And additionally, we have the removal and the phased out of the net metering scheme. And until today, we don't have a clear, let's say, framework for the new net billing scheme. So we have actually a legal void, and energy communities cannot develop new projects for self-consumption purposes. In the following tables, don't worry, we're not gonna go in its information here in every step, but I will try to actually summarize the characteristics of the new energy communities and the activities that both categories can do. And I will briefly mention only that a few key points. Maybe I will stick that as mentioned before, that the rating at the local level, both definitions actually share the same purpose, that they have to produce environmental, economic, and social benefits for the community level and their members. Natural persons, local and regional authorities, enterprises, and agricultural cooperatives can be members in both categories. And the main difference, if we can say so, is that citizen communities can do a lot of things, can do actually that actually are let's say, they can do only things like production, consumption, storage, and sale of renewable energy electricity. They cannot develop projects like flexibility services, e-mobility services, energy efficiency services. So that's the main difference between these definitions. So really
Joanna,
briefly,
sorry, you have 5 minutes left.
5 minutes. Okay. I'm gonna proceed. Yeah. Just a few words that, as mentioned before, all these three categories, three definitions have the same legal form, which is civil cooperative. So principles. We have a general assembly. Each member has one vote, irrespectively of from the participation in the cooperative capital. We have working groups, networks, and supportive organization in the external level. So let me here. And we have, of course, some challenges, a lot of challenges actually. Mostly on the regulatory level. Despite the legal recognition, there is still a persistent non-compliance from the market stakeholders. A clear example would be that we have still the issue with energy suppliers, because they don't properly implement the Virgili net metering scheme. So still the energy communities here push for the right implementation and for receiving clear electricity bills. We have financial constraints because there's no specific funding for energy communities at the national level. And it's really important that, as mentioned before, we don't have the right tools and the enabling framework for developing developing new business models for energy communities. And that's why we try to support energy communities individually, but then we thought that it's going to be better to form a national coalition in order to strengthen their voices. And that's why we created TESMI. As you can see here, it's our first General Assembly back in 2024. It's an initiative by Electric Energy and Greenpeace Greece. And at the moment, we have more than it's around 28 members. And we try to advocate for a better legal framework for energy communities in Greece. If I can, this is the map of the members of the coalition. And we mentioned before that the municipalities have a really important role in facilitating the development of energy communities projects in each country, actually. So that's why we have developed actually an espresso training. It's called like this because it's really short, but it's actually an educational program specifically designed for municipalities. It was developed with Energy Cities, a EU network of cities, and the RescuPU. And we try actually to support municipalities in understanding what community energy is and how they can support these initiatives at the local level. And really fast, some success stories from Greece. I will be sharing with you. The first one is actually it's about the largest energy community in Greece, with over 1,500 members, including more than 10 local municipalities and also the regional authority of Crete. They operate 4 solar plants for collective self-consumption, and they also provide free energy to families affected by the nearby earthquake and energy vulnerable households in the local area. Another example comes from Athens, launching back in 2021 with 20 founding members. Currently, they are 130 members, and they also support then energy vulnerable households by providing them free electricity. And they also have expanding their services for the members on the flexibility by providing some smart meters and apps, phone apps, in order to help them produce clean energy and cheap energy. Another example comes from a municipality, which is a really great opportunity, a really great initiative, and why so? It's because it's the first time that we have the opportunity to test how the municipalities can start these initiatives at the local level. And it's actually the first municipality in Greece that will develop an energy community for their citizens and for the local community. And the main purpose is to help the vulnerable local groups. And maybe really shortly about the last Greek example, common and energy community based in Ioannina. Personally, I'm a member in this community, and maybe the innovative business plan that we're testing at the moment is that we try to build the first community agri-PV in Greece, that's combining energy production and agricultural food cultivation for our members. And that's all for me, and some learning material. And maybe if I can close my presentation with the hope that the added value of the energy communities in achieving the just and inclusive energy transition that we want to see is to, as well as strengthening the energy resilience of local communities, will soon be widely recognized by all the member states, hopefully. Thank you very much. I try to be as concise as possible and keep my promise to Andreas.
Aristopoulou, thank you very much. We move now to the United States with the presentation of Uma Utka from the University of Kansas. Uma, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Let me share the PowerPoint if I can. slideshow mode. Can you see and can you hear me okay?
It's okay.
Excellent. Thank you. Many thanks for the invitation to be with you today. I've been listening to all of the presentations this morning and have been very interested in the European Union version of energy communities and concept and legal entities that have been described throughout well, it's a morning for me, it's an evening for you, an afternoon for you. So thank you for the opportunity to present and also to contribute to your comparative volume, Andreas. So I'd like to build on the presentations so far today by what will be something of a contrast with the way that the concept of energy communities has emerged and developed a set legal meaning or what's becoming a fixed legal meaning in the United States. Let's see how I could turn. There we go. Before the Biden administration, I think the presenter from Italy described how a community concept of energy existed long before any of the current concepts. And that's true in the United States as well. We have had cooperatives, we have had municipal authorities, a movement for public power over time. And although investor-owned utilities have dominated, there have been multiple types of community models, and there's been a fair amount of variability in that regard. In 2021, President Biden signed an executive order focused on climate change and disadvantaged communities and introduced a new legal conception within US federal law of, quote, energy communities, a new legal concept with a new legal definition, and associated it with areas that have suffered economically due primarily to decline of the coal industry. So this, in contrast to the renewable energy community concept that has been prominent in recent years in the European Union, this definition linked it to these communities' pasts, which I found sort of interesting, but also sort of food for thought from a variety of perspectives, which I'll share. So like every other executive order from President Biden, especially those focused on equity, justice, or climate change, the new Trump administration quickly revoked or rescinded those executive orders. As you can see here, the empowering workers through revitalizing energy communities focused on mining and power plant workers. Well, this order was quickly rescinded within the first week of the Trump administration. But the concept remains important because it appeared in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, an act of Congress, and the Inflation Reduction Act, which further defined the energy communities concept. So in the time I have with you today, I'd like to just share what seems to me a really interesting hybrid positioning of the concept of energy communities right now in the United States. It is a politically transitional juncture, as I'm sure you have observed in the news, a lot of sort of legal chaos in a variety of areas in the United States at this time, including energy. And there's a range of unique issues presented. So I just wanted to start with this definition that came from the executive order, even though it has been rescinded, because this is the definition here gave rise to what we see in the congressional laws that remain as of now in place and can't be undone unless the Congress as a whole votes to repeal them. So this focus on coal, oil, and gas power plant communities, the goal is to recognize the historical contribution of workers in these industries, and the executive order created this interagency working group comprised of 11 federal agencies, and the aim was to focus on new jobs, economic revitalization in the hardest hit so-called energy communities as defined here. So this executive order was not the first attention to these same communities prior to calling them energy communities. And it may have been described in other ways, but there's been a recognition that some of these communities were really suffering economically as coal has declined significantly within the United States. So back during the Barack Obama administration, there was the so-called Power Initiative, and it carried forward through even the first Trump presidency, continued during the Biden presidency, and reportedly has invested over that period of time more than $420 million across 365 coal impacted counties in Appalachia, which is a region affected by, that's sort of built its economy around coal mining over time since 2015. So this is a significant, has been a significant focus of prior administrations. And it's been, over 6 decades that the federal government has established a regional commission specifically to address the needs of economic development for these areas. But they haven't been called energy communities. There's just been a focus in other ways. This map shows where coal mines in the United States have closed since 2000. So the last 25 years, there's been a lot of closures, a lot of change in the energy sector and the resources that we rely on in the United States for energy. Biden administration very strong on trying to drive additional renewable energy, but it had already been a very steep upward trajectory for renewables as well as gas. And this gives you a sense of the geographic impact of this shift in the energy sector. And for context, the interagency working group has said that more than 1,700 coal mines and nearly 500 coal-fired power plants have closed across the United States over the past decade. This is also, I think, another helpful slide to convey where host communities for power plants are located across the United States. And these are, the dark brown are representing coal, lighter brown is gas, green is wind, et cetera. And this also, when we're talking about power plant communities that are coal or oil or gas fired as being the so-called energy communities meant to be supported in this context, you can see also the very dispersed nature of that concept. Interesting to compare with this slide, which shows the overlap between power plant sites and low-income communities, and that overlap is significant. And it both indicates a source of pollution in these communities, if it is a coal or gas plant, but also the site of potential closure in the case of coal plants. So in 2021, the initial interagency working group report submitted to the president, then President Biden, the top 25 most impacted regions for coal-related declines specifically, and the goal was to focus on revitalizing these so-called energy communities. Again, defining them in terms of their energy resource past and production past, generally extractive communities in terms of their industries. And so this was the focus of the working group and a concerted effort to assist them in new developments, including clean energy. So that's the connection between the renewable energy communities concept that you've seen in the EU under President Biden's approach and under these congressional bills that passed. The goal was to help transition these communities in recognition of their contributions over time with cleaner energy industries going forward. In the 9 months after the executive order that created this concept, Congress enacted the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And here was the first time we see it in a congressional bill, energy communities. And this is a bipartisan, meaning both Republicans and Democrats signing onto this legislative package and authorizing funds for a wide range of infrastructure projects, including highways, transit, but also energy, environmental remediation, which is really important for redevelopment of some coal communities. And the term appears in this legislation again, tying to the energy sector. And then there's other provisions that targeted benefits to communities where coal mines or coal-fired power plants have been closed. So most notably, 11 billion was allocated for abandoned mine reclamation. And that was seen as a precursor to allowing the kinds of clean energy redevelopment in these formerly sort of legacy coal communities. Likewise, 500 million for economic development where there's economically distressed areas, dislocated workers, 4.3 billion in grants to states that had orphaned wells for oil and gas. Kansas is among the states. Where I live was one of the states received funds for this. And this was considered the largest investment in addressing legacy pollution in American history, a very significant bipartisan act of Congress. Also, these so-called qualifying energy, advanced energy projects that were sort of meant to be infused in these communities to let them have a new energy-related life for their economy. And so in 2022, we see the energy community concept becoming even more specific in US law. And here in the Inflation Reduction Act, not passed with as much bipartisan support, still passed, but less joining of the two parties together. We see the term energy community being defined in what is kind of an unusual way. On the one hand, just to break it down, I know there's a lot of text on the slide. I'm going to focus on the second and the third first. Two of these are relating to specifically communities that are legacy fossil energy. One that is saying it's an area that lost employment in the energy sector, right? And it gives specific parameters for that unemployment rate or loss of direct employment. And then the third has to do with a census tract, basically, where there's been a mine or a coal-fired power plant that closed within a certain period of time. The first is very kind of, I thought, a bit of a surprise, the brownfield sites, because this is the term brownfield in the United States refers to contaminated properties of any size. It's not linked to a community in any way. It could be part of a community, but you would never say a brownfield is a community. And yet the term energy community is being legally defined as a brownfield. So the key provisions in any case, I mean, there's more than 450,000 brownfields in the United States, for example. They could be of any size. It could be an acre, it could be 100 acres. So this one created some confusion for people and wanting more guidance from the government in that regard. But for any of these, leaving aside that sort of, definitional question mark, the key provisions allowed for bonus tax credits, a lot of funds to support the revitalization with clean energy. And so I think just to give you a sense of these key provisions, you see 10% bonus credit for electricity production from renewable resources, up to 10 billion in advanced energy project tax credits, with 40% specifically reserved for these energy communities pursuant to the definition I just shared. New energy infrastructure, reinvestment, financing, loans to repurpose these plants for something new. And so these were available to other communities too, but a lot of focus on and alignment with the perceived needs of these particular legacy coal communities defined as energy communities. Likewise, disadvantaged communities, a significant amount of funds set aside in greenhouse gas reduction. Greenhouse gas reduction is not a priority to President Trump. He's made that very clear in numerous executive orders, many other statements as well. So this particular fund is now in question. The Trump administration is withholding these funds, freezing them and saying, we're not going to give these out, even though they were authorized by the Congress. So there is ongoing litigation regarding that conflict between the executive and current law. this map shows you areas that are eligible for the 10% credit alone under the Inflation Reduction Act. And so there's now a sort of sense of uncertainty, I think is fair to say, for developers of projects that would qualify for advanced energy project or something else that would support an energy community to develop in a new way. And so in sort of the last report under the Biden administration, December 2024, reporting on the progress and highlights, looking at these communities and where there have been some successes, I think it's noteworthy that energy communities and their economic revitalization have over time enjoyed bipartisan support. So some of us who are interested in this area are watching to see, will this be a little different than some of the other areas that the Trump administration has been targeting to eliminate or remove? Because many of these areas are areas that have supported the president in his quest for a second term in the White House. And so whether that will play out as a sort of unique political space that keeps energy communities tied to the current definition is an open question. If you go to the report, there's many areas of the federal government websites that have disappeared in recent months. For example, the Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool, the Environmental Justice screen that the Environmental Protection Agency has used for a very long time. They are no longer accessible on the federal government website. Early, the Trump administration kept this website up, but said any statements related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, which are concepts that the Trump administration considers to be problematic from their perspective, that anything that was inconsistent would be considered to be no longer applicable, but wasn't getting rid of the whole program. Hard to know what is coming for the rest of the Trump administration. We're still early in those months. The last couple of slides here, just to share, we have had so many executive orders from the president that are being litigated in the courts. This is one of them, declaring a national energy emergency, stating that it would create jobs and economic prosperity for Americans forgotten in the present economy. Well, that's a similar definition to energy communities. So exactly what the purpose is here, the executive order says wind and solar are not energy. So that makes one think, well, even if the concept of energy communities continues to be what it is under these recent bills from Congress, they are clearly being understood differently by this administration. Unleashing American Energy, another executive order, terminating the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal isn't really a thing. So this was a little bit of a confusing use of terms. That's not an official term, but it did say that it would pause the distribution of funds. So all of that funding that I described, it's still authorized by law, but will the executive branch issue those funds? Being litigated as we speak. The president asked the agencies to align their spending with the energy priorities, which are anti-renewable. And as I say, litigation ongoing. There are so many lawsuits right now about every one of these executive orders challenging the shift of positions. And there's always some amount of shift of position between parties taking leadership in the White House, but this has been unique in the volume of executive orders and the volume of litigation. There's whole websites that are tracking all of the litigation that is going on today. It is almost impossible to keep track of all of it. Finally, I just would highlight for you where investments have gone. So even if there's a shift now, a lot was dispersed and a lot was invested. And you can see across here the federal investments for energy communities between April 2021 and December 2024. So whatever happens going forward, it will be interesting to watch the development of these projects over time and how these investments come to fruition. And then when we look finally at the summary of focus areas for federal investment, we know some of these are not necessarily going to remain priorities, but economic development, we know that remains a priority. Other kinds of infrastructure remain priorities. So what hope these will bring to the so-called energy communities, we'll have to wait and see. Finally, private sector investment has been promoted as well. And so not as much as the federal dollars, but this is what the report said. Private investment was inspired by or matching the federal investments. So we see some progress in that regard that will continue to go forward, so long as there's not some of those funds frozen. And then the total announced amount, $315 billion. Some of it was clean energy. If that hasn't been dispersed, I think we can expect a lot of that is subject to the freeze that's in place. Likewise, electric vehicles and batteries have been a point of contention for the current administration. And so these were announced. So some of this is potential that may never be realized. This is my last slide. I just want to share back to, on the one hand, community scale energy being open to new definition. Community solar is not a new concept in the United States. It is a more traditional community scale solar approach. This map is just showing you where just in 2024 and 2025, we've had bills proposed in states across the United States to further develop community solar. So these bills did not all pass, but it shows that states are deeply engaged in defining community scale energy. It is not only up to the federal government. And so I think we may end up seeing that what was appearing to be a solidification of the concept of energy communities in one direction may scale back into being much more variable, with the state definitions resurfacing and asserting themselves as important in contrast to the federal definitions. Thank you again for having me. Look forward to the subsequent presentations to come, and very happy to engage with any of you with questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Uma. Thank you to all the presenters, to Francesco, to Isabel, to Barbara, Uma, and Joanna. We have about 5 minutes left to questions and answers before to move to the next panel. If you want to make any questions, the floor is yours.
Thank you. More than a question, it's a reflection.
Funciona, sí.
I think it's working. Focusing my thinking on the administrative law, constitutional law, public law in general, and focusing my thinkings in Italy, because Italy was always pioneer in terms of energy, as you told, the case of 1895. And I will recall all of you the case Costa Enel. It was initially a very humble case, but it established the basis and the fundaments of the primacy of the European law. Well, we all are used to think of the authoritarian administration, of the cooperative administration, collaborative administration, to the shared administrations. In German terms, we could find the hoheitliche Verwaltung, die Leistungsverwaltung, die kooperative Verwaltung, and so weiter. I would like to think if at the moment the new necessities in climate change is more than a necessity, or needing new structures, new systems, new organizations, new concepts new theories, different way of thinking, breaking not breaking completely the very well-known structures, but changing a little bit these structures. I was remind me when I was listening to you both the Article 70 of the Italian Constitution, when it's talking about this amministrazione condivisa, exactly, share administration condivisa. Il professore Gregorio Arena ha scritto, is writing about that. But I was thinking if this case of the energy communities is going close to this direction and taking the form or the structure where it was maybe initiated in Germany 60 years or 50 years ago, that was the Mischverwaltung, so the condivisa amministrazione, and we have a new way to manage the public interest that let's say the public power had lost decades ago, but maybe more now, had lost or had to share the decision point, the core of the decision. And this is a way to manage the structures of the energy, because energy in a certain way is like a common good. It makes much money, but it is a common good. We are talking about the beaches, about the lakes, about the walls, but we don't think of these kinds of gods. And what do you think? That we are breaking with new, well, we are feeling the new beings with a modern way of thinking to structure the management of the administration.
Yes, the form of subsidiarity. In our constitution, Article 118, we have together public and private. And so they put together to realize the event project and to administer it. And this can be done firstly in the little communities. And this was happening with energy communities. That's a really form of subsidiarity, of amministrazione condivisa, because private participants are together with municipalities. And so they do the co-design, which I talk about. It's a form of amministrazione condivisa. We call it co-progettazione. That's done by private and public. And so they structure energy communities to share energy, private and public. It is not a more relevant role than of the public rather than the private. They are together even in the administration of the communities.
Not public, not private. We say diritto comune, but it's different by common law. It's a new common law, another common law.
Common gods make together private and public law. So they are strictly connected. Contract law is mixed by public and private.
Grazie. Thank you. I think that it's just time to move to the next panel conducted by Leah. So we are finished. Thank you very much to the presenters for keeping the schedule and having so wonderful presentations for us.
For us. It's for us.
Yes.
Oh.
Thank you, guys. Can you hear me? I advice here already. Well, fine. Now I can stand for a moment. But I'm sitting since yesterday all day, so welcome to this third and final panel for today. Welcome these three wonderful ladies. Actually, all somehow to more or lesser extent connected, actually all to Spain and all to the Netherlands somehow, for different ways and different degrees to figure this out. I'm inviting you to talk to them later over dinner, how they are connected to Spain and the Netherlands, all of them. And we are opening actually with a presentation from Wanta. Floor is yours.
Thank you. While the slides are loading up, I'll just introduce myself. Good afternoon, everyone. No, that's not me. No. My name is Wante. I'm a PhD candidate at URV here and a legal researcher at the Iberian Center for Research in Energy Storage in Cáceres, also here in Spain. And my affiliation to the Netherlands, I'm also doing a current research stay at University of Groningen with Leah and the other wonderful people over there. So it's a tripartite thing, I think. While the slides are being loading up, I'll just do a brief introduction. My research surrounds the law and regulation for storage in energy communities. There's been a lot of discussion about energy communities throughout this conference so far, and we have exhausted, I would say, the definitions and what they do. So I will skip past that. My research largely focuses on how storage can be integrated into energy communities to make them more efficient. The EU has very largely stated that energy communities are going to be a huge factor in the energy transition, and Iberia is working towards that. They are going to be a key driver because they can help with flexibility and also energy democracy. But the inclusion of storage has its own adverse benefits because it'll reinforce self-consumption. If there's excess, if it improves self-consumption so that when there's a grid shortage, they can also supply to themselves, grid stability and market participation also. And the directives from the EU, RED 2, 3, and the EMD, which have been discussed, although not in depth briefly in the course of this conference so far, reinforces the rights of energy communities to both generate, store, and sell electricity. So that is what my research focuses on. The research is still ongoing, and largely what we're trying to analyze is how Iberia, that is Spain and Portugal, are transposing the EU directives on energy communities and storage into their own national laws to encourage its growth and development generally. So the main research question would be, how do these regulations and policies developed by the EU, how do they support national legislation to encourage the growth and development of energy communities with the integration of storage? That's the overarching research question, which will also address issues like what other EU countries are doing, like the Netherlands. I think it'll be very great for energy communities not to need or require licenses like they're doing there. So if you want self-supply, it takes out part of the regulatory hurdle. So these are part of the things that my research will address. It'll also discuss what are best practices based on the community's view. What is it as an energy community you would want to see as law to help you work and function better? My methodology is going to be mixed method, so doctrinal legal research, largely looking at both EU laws and national laws, Spain and Portuguese national laws, RED 2, 3, which are the foundational frameworks for energy communities and storage within the European Union. I'm also doing empirical legal research, which will be looking into real-world case studies, real findings of what storage adoption barriers and advantages are in energy communities. Of course, like I said earlier, we'll be looking at other EU countries to see what they're doing that is working and how those can be transposed into Iberia to help them work. And then interdisciplinary research to work with, look at other sciences to see how storage can be effectively used when they are adopted. I've learned that not every battery is going to be sufficient to support the grid. So when we're talking about storage, we can't just say the battery I would use for just for an apartment building will most likely be different from what you will use to be sufficient to help the grid in the case of, for example, the famous April 28th blackout, which seemed like the world had ended in Iberia. So although it is not pivotal to this study, it just goes to show that storage has to be considered, at least in my opinion, it has to be considered to prevent something else in the future. If it's not considered, then we have to go back to generators, which are fossil fuel generators, and we're avoiding that since it's the energy transition and we're talking about clean energy. So far, the literature review has covered RED 2, RED 3, the EMD, Spanish and Portuguese national laws, and other policy documents. So RED 2, as I've said earlier, laid the foundational framework for the energy communities, including their definitions, renewable energy targets, which was set at, I believe, 32% in the EU, and RED 3 reinforced the need for storage and increased those targets to 42.5%, I believe, with the aim of 45. So it just goes to show that it has created room for the growth of energy communities, because they are going to be energy communities are renewable energy focused only. The EMD also provides a critical regulatory framework, which is vital to energy communities and will allow for storage and support schemes that the storage is going to bring. Spanish Royal Decree, which is national law, has also encourages self-consumption and renewable energy development, same with Portugal. And then policy documents. There's a lot of white papers and policies that have been written about Spain and Portugal independently. So we're going to merge two of them, look at what has been written on both sides, and then try to put it together to provide a comparative overview of what policies are working in both sides, what isn't working, and how we can make it better, Iberia as a whole. When it comes to the results, we have found now that there's still delayed transposition, worse in Spain than in Portugal, hence the red. Portugal they've complied with RED 3, not to the extent that they should. They're not as strong on enforcement as they should be, but they're miles ahead of Spain. Barriers also include high grid fees and complicated permitting processes both ways. Unfortunately, the energy transition cannot work if only people who are educated or only those who have time on their hands can benefit from it. People within energy communities are also people who have daily lives. I was talking to somebody during the coffee break, and they're saying that a recurring theme is that people are bored. They're exhausted. They have daily lives and they don't want to have to go through all this Herculean task of, oh, come back next week, or we don't know, or we know. So a simplified, streamlined, straightforward process for those who are educated, those who have daily working lives, and even the retired ones to be able to go ahead. The results we've found is that this is a huge problem in both Spain and Portugal. It's high, complicated process, high grid fees. Also, there's limited financing, especially for small-scale energy communities. And those ones are also very pivotal since there's an upfront cost involved it's hard for people to bring out that kind of money. They are not sure of whether or not this return on investment is going to be worth it. And even if it is worth it, it's quite a chunk of money for the regular person to put out on something that they are not sure of, which brings us to the third part, which is lack of awareness. Many people are also not aware, especially in Portugal from the research, they are not aware of what the advantages of energy communities and storage are. And even that awareness, in the situations where they are aware, they don't trust the benefits or the reliability of such systems. So they are not confident in whether or not this is something that they should invest in. And it ties to the financing also, because this awareness affects loan agencies, facilities, financial institutions, I would say. They also don't know much about this. So they're hesitant to give out a loan for something they're not sure is going to be profitable. So are these people going to be able to pay back? Do we have to start going after them? It seems like a heightened risk. So the lack of awareness doesn't only affect the energy communities, the people who are interested in in starting up energy communities, but also where they can get financing from, which now specifies the challenges. Regulatory delays, like we've said, this is a huge challenge. Everybody's tired. Nobody wants to go about this over and over again. Spain is being particularly slow. There's been tons of articles and papers written about it I think anybody who is, I guess there are many Spanish people here. Generally, the Spanish don't hurry to do anything. The Spanish don't hurry to do anything. It's just, they live a gentle life, which is good ordinarily, but not now that it comes to energy communities. People will just get tired and they say, you know what, I'm getting electricity, let that be that. And to be able to achieve the 2030 goals set by the EU, it cannot continue that way. There's also the issue of lack of awareness of both energy communities, storage, and their rights, specifically in Portugal from the research. So that is something that is a huge problem. Then the financing gaps, and that starts from the EU level also. There's no encouragement for small to medium scale. I'll rephrase that. There's little encouragement for small to medium scale energy communities at the EU level. And the trickle-down effect is the same in both Spain and Portugal. There's also little encouragement, and you need to start from small to grow. Many people don't have the opportunity to just join an energy community that is huge scale. When it comes to proposed solutions, the research is suggesting that Spain particularly fast tracks the RED 3 transposition directly into its national laws very quickly, more than the deliberation, more than the thinking about it and talking about it. They need to make it law and make it law immediately, and also exempt energy communities with storage from grid fees. The one way to promote energy communities with storage, which will be to reduce or take out a huge chunk of the finance aspect, because with panels, energy communities can still exist, but with the storage, they support not just themselves, but the overall energy grid in Iberia. I think Portugal also needs to create training programs for a wide range of people, both those who stay in energy communities who want to start them, and then the financial institutions, to make them aware that this is something that is in the EU, is an EU theme. It is working towards the renewable energy transition. And many financial institutions these days are going green. So let's be sure that they are not just greenwashing us. They should put the money where their mouth is. Iberia as a whole, which is Spain and Portugal, this research is suggesting that they set up a joint task force to be able to track and harmonize their transposition, because their grids are connected, so that if one of them is going way ahead of the other in transposition and maybe awareness and financing, and the other is lagging behind, there isn't necessarily a benefit, because if there's a problem with the grid, it affects both Spain and Portugal. And at EU level, it is recommended that they set up, storage, EC storage pilots, and then promote an Iberian task force on energy communities and storage, just to be sure that this promotion is not just a verbal, financial promotion of a task force, so that you see what is it that you need Iberia as a whole to support the adopt transposition of the EU directives and the growth of energy communities plus their storage. The next steps for the research would be to monitor Spain's, well, the research is going to be in 3 phases. So it's going to be Spain, Portugal, and then a comparative analysis of both of them. So the next steps will just be to monitor the draft EC law in Spain, track its transposition generally of RED 2 and 3 and the EMD, and publish the results of the research as an article. Lastly, in closing, I'd like to say that the blackout, though very unfortunate, was timely, and I think a good reminder that more regulatory action needs to be done, and needs to be done now. Delaying is not going to help anybody, because another April 28th blackout could happen, hopefully not, but could happen anytime. It is not just about energy communities right now. It is about security also. It is, I think, a huge risk for an entire country, for country's whole system to be shut down for hours on end. It's financially bad, doesn't help for even hospitals, and just regular life is interrupted. I have not looked at it, but I believe that a lot, maybe millions of euro were lost in revenue within that period for both businesses and I think the government also. So it's a call to action, I would say, for Iberia as a whole to come together and create strong regulation that will support energy communities and their growth to prevent a future, to prevent something like this happening again in the future. Thank you. Short references. My name is Wante, like I said, and I'm happy to talk with and learn more about what your views and thoughts are concerning this research as it is still ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you, Wante. And we move to the other side of the table to Alba, please.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, Wanti. Sorry, I don't know if you hear me. Well, what's my connection to Tarragona and to the Netherlands? To Tarragona because I'm a local. I am also an alumni of URV. It's my alma mater. And what's my connection to the Netherlands? Well, first of all, of course, because I do my PhD in the Netherlands. And second of all, today you will not see it. Today I'm only focusing on one part of my research, which is focused on national Spanish law. And the other part of my research is focused on Dutch law. So today, when the slides come in, I will be talking you about, I think, quite a different topic compared to the ones that we had today. I will be linking the need of energy communities as tool to involve vulnerable or marginalized groups of society in the energy decision making, with special regard to hydrogen. Why hydrogen? I didn't introduce that. I am part of the Theresa doctoral network, which is the first European doctoral network that is focused on the legal aspects of a hydrogen economy. We'll see.
Maybe for the people online, we just have a small issue indeed with presenting the slides, but I think you figured out already a creative solution. So let's give it a minute and then.
Sí, paso yo. Sorry for the inconvenience. And as I was telling you today, I will be focusing on one of the more justice-related sides of building an energy community and how to link it to energy communities. Okay, so first of all, we all know European Green Deal. The two overarching ambitions of the European Green Deal is to build not only a green, but also a just transition for all. So then the question that arises in my research is whether green hydrogen as a new energy technology can be a solution or can bring these two different ambitions together to one another. So what do we mean by just? What we experience normally in our societies is that our communities should look like this. But oftentimes, they look like this. We have people that are not included in our communities and are left behind. One of the main goals of this just transition that the European Green Deal envisions is to not leave them behind anymore. Who are we talking about when we say to not leave them behind? According to the Maastricht recommendations on the Aarhus Convention, these are normally vulnerable and or marginalized groups of society. These can be women, elderly people, children, people with low access to social media, migrants, of course, people from religious minorities, people with low income levels, low literacy levels, or people with disabilities. So how can we make, or how can we guarantee that we do not leave anyone behind? First of all, as part of our energy justice discourse, one of the main pillars is to procedurally involve all societal groups of our communities. So then involving our citizens into our energy decision-making chains, this could not only increase our hydrogen acceptance, for example, but also would make, for example, a hydrogen economy, perhaps one of the first energy technologies to be fair and just. However, we are also very well aware that vulnerable and marginalized groups of society are very difficult to reach out. So in my research question, what we try to do is see how can we really involve these groups of society into our energy decision-making chain and therefore also into our energy transitions. Well, the method or the framework that I follow is a framework built between my supervisor, Professor Lorenzo Squintani, and Professor Goda Perleviciut, that it's called the EVA model. This model is based on an equality of opportunities and values-based approach. What does this mean? Well, on the one hand, equality of opportunities, it means that what we want to do is build a system that is not based on equality, but on equity. That is, we do not give further privileges to the overprivileged people or overrepresented people, but what we want to do is to distribute these opportunities among people according to their background. But also, we want to distribute the decision-making chain not only into perhaps some biospheric values or egoistic values, but also we need to include altruistic or hedonic values. So, what do energy communities bring into this question? Well, of course, if people have to individually participate in the energy decision-making chain, it is more difficult, above all, for these vulnerable or marginalized groups to participate. Because, as Wanter was saying, it can also be that people with low income levels, they have to work more and therefore they don't have the time or the means to participate. Or people with low income, low literacy levels, they feel discouraged to participate because the way how we really propose the decision-making, it is too technical and too difficult to follow. Therefore, if we form part of a community, which could be, for example, an energy community, this allows us, or allows, above all, vulnerable and or marginalized groups of society to participate in the energy community, into the energy decision-making chain, and therefore their voices are heard. And therefore, we can really construct an energy decision-making chain that not only takes into account the options or the visions of privileged people, but also of those who may bear the effects of transitioning to a new energy technology. How do we see that from the law? Well, of course, we have to check the public participation provisions on the Aarhus Convention. And we also need to look at the legal framework on energy communities. What I am going to do in the next slides, as you will see, is a cross-check among provisions between these two laws. So on the first one, you will see that the Articles 2 and 3 of the Aarhus Convention, first of all, the Article 2, they tell us which are the legitimate subjects to participate in the energy decision-making chain. In this case, I want to check how are energy communities, if included in the provisions. So in Article 2, Paragraph 4, Aarhus Convention defines who's the public. So in a way, who can participate? We say that, or the Aarhus Convention states that public means legal persons and in accordance with national legislation or practice, their associations, organizations, or groups. In here, we could say that energy communities could fall within because it's quite a broad definition. But instead, when the Aarhus Convention defines the public concerned, it only says that collective participation can be enshrined if we are part of non-governmental organizations promoting environmental protection. Well, in this case, we will have to look at Red 3 to really see if energy communities could really fall within the concept of non-governmental organizations promoting environmental protection. In any case, disclaimer, the Aarhus Convention does not define what a non-governmental organization is. So then it's really difficult to tell. Above all, I also touch upon the non-discrimination principle, because as I was saying, the framework in which my research is based on talks about bringing equality to our energy and decision-making chain, and in this way to make a more just energy transition. As you see, Article 3, Paragraph 9 says that we cannot discriminate participation based on citizenship, or in case of legal persons or collective entities, we cannot discriminate them by means of domicile. As I mentioned before, the Aarhus Convention was adopted in 1998. However, in 2015, we adopted, or the UN adopted, the master recommendations on the Aarhus Convention, which bring some recommendations, as the title says by itself, which state that we really need to recognize vulnerable and or marginalized groups of society, and we really need to try to involve them into the energy decision-making chain, because it's been studied and argued that these groups of society normally are not represented in our energy decision-making chains. Then we do the cross-check with RED 3, where we have the legal framework for energy communities. We were saying that the definitions in Article 2 to see who are the subjects legitimized to participate in the energy decision-making chain have some criteria. Above all, when we talk about the public concerns, we were seeing that the Aarhus Convention states that collective participation can only be fostered through non-governmental organizations with an environmental protection purpose. However, in Article 2 of the RED 3, when we define, or when it's defined the concept of renewable energy community, the purpose of energy communities can be one such as economic, social, or environmental purpose. So we see that in this sense, Aarhus Convention restricts a little bit who can participate. Or perhaps if we constitute an energy community and in its statutes, we say that its purpose is one of economic or social purpose, maybe then they would not fall within the definition of the Aarhus Convention of public concern. Then when it comes to involving vulnerable and or marginalized groups into energy communities, we also see in Article 22 that one of the duties of the EU member states is to make sure that energy communities involve vulnerable and or marginalized groups into their entities. However, they just say strongly encourage, but it's not really a binding obligation. And one of the latest amendments that the RED 3 brought to RED 2 is that we also have a provision now on public participation. It literally states that member states shall promote public acceptance of renewable energy projects by means of direct and indirect participation of local communities in those projects. Although, of course, energy communities are not mentioned, energy communities are part of our local communities. And how has the Spanish legislator transposed this into its domestic law? Well, first of all, we see that in Law 20/2006 on public participation, the definition of the public, it is again quite broad. It mentions associations, organizations, and groups when we talk about collective participation. Whereas, where we talk about public concern, if we thought that Article 2, Paragraph 5 of the Aarhus Convention was restrictive, this one, it is even more so. So it says that public concern, when we talk about collective subjects, can only be non-for-profit legal persons that have environmental protection. So this is the same criteria that follows from the Aarhus Convention. But in addition, they have to have been legally constituted at least 2 years before the initiative that we are trying to contest. And also, they have to be located in the vicinity where the energy initiative will take place. This third criteria, we could also say that it goes a little bit against that Article 3, Paragraph 9 on non-discrimination by means of domicile. And then we also have public participation provisions under Law 21/2013 on environmental impact assessments. Because the law on public participation, 27/2006, it just talks about, as you see, policies, plans, and programs. Whereas the EIA law just talks about projects, so more at the local level. In this sense, when we talk about the public, the law just states legal persons, but the law does not go beyond. So it can sometimes be that there's some energy communities that have no legal personality, so to say. Where would they fall? And then when we talk about public concern, we see that the definition is quite different to the one that we had on Law 27/2006. It just says that public concern should be the project promoter or those whose rights can be affected in case a decision is adopted, or those whose interests can be affected and appear in the procedure prior to the project or the approval process to be resolved. So these are a bit more broad in a sense, and we could say that energy communities could justify their participation in the energy decision making. So that's how we would see it. If you need to see it more visual. So as you can see at the EU level, the public, so the broad definition of who can participate at the macro level of the decision-making chain. So in regulations, policies, plans, and programs. And the public and the public concern will participate at the local level for projects. What happens when we transpose these into national law, into Spanish law? This works the other way around. So we restrict policies, plans, and programs just to the public concerned, and then we open projects to both the public and the public concerned. So this means that, for example, public concerned or energy communities in themselves would not participate in the macro levels of the decision-making chain, because, as we saw by the transposition, there's little room for energy communities to participate as legitimized subjects of falling within the definition of public concern. Then what happens when we transposed the RED 3 or RED 2 in this case, RED 3? There was a literal transposition. I think you also mentioned it. So we have not seen any legislative efforts into further developing what energy communities may mean in the Spanish regulatory framework. Therefore, we cannot know if we are giving energy communities in Spain further rights or if we are restricting them. When it comes to the public participation provision that I told you about, there is, for now, no transposition. I mentioned you before that I want to link this to the hydrogen value chain. So if we apply the public participation law and the EIA Act, how would this look like? And would energy communities be involved in the energy decision or in the hydrogen decision-making chain? Well, if we are talking about one of the stages of the hydrogen value chain, which is transmission and distribution, we would see that there's a 3+2 step approach where in a first and a third phase, only the public concerned participate, which would mean that, for example, new energy communities would not apply, would not be able to participate, but they could participate in just one stage of the decision-making process. If we go into the phases of the hydrogen decision-making of the hydrogen value chain, which are hydrogen production through electrolysis or underground storage, then we see that there's only one possibility to participate, and it's only for those subjects that are legitimized as public concerned. So as I told you before, very difficult for energy communities to be part of the hydrogen decision-making chain, and therefore also quite difficult for those vulnerable and or marginalized groups of society to participate. So in a nutshell, we need to be aware that for our energy transition to be green and just, we need to be aware of who can bear the effects of our transitions, and we need to involve these people. And when we involve them, energy communities can be a way for them to participate. However, we also need to be aware of the fact that there's so many uncertainties as to when and where and how can energy communities also really participate and have a say in the Spanish energy decision-making chain. And that would be my presentation, and I look forward to your questions and remarks. Thank you.
Was to the point, really 20 minutes, so perfect timing. Moving to number 3 in this nice row, Laura.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. Exactly, I'm kind of like continuing with the topics that we've been discussing today. I come back a little bit to batteries and storage, back to inclusivity, and a lot about how do we structure communities, and this time a little bit from a broader perspective, from positive energy districts. So looking a little bit at a district beyond the immediate community, but with built-in communities. And I'm all giving it a little spin, looking at the mobility challenges. So really looking a little bit more from energy, or it's very related topics, but more from mobility in the context of energy poverty. Oh, rabbits. I'm Laura Kashny. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at Erasmus School of Law, which explains the Dutch connection. I'm born in Bilbao. That's the Spanish connection. And I'm super happy to be part also of this great female panel. And I'm gonna start a little bit with outlining, so what are our goals on an EU level? So when we talk about mobility, kind of like what are we actually trying to implement? And then we're gonna look at a couple of the challenges, and especially the challenges of if we want to make this inclusive for everyone, how does this look for districts living in energy poverty, so less affluent areas of a city? Decarbonizing passenger cars. So where are we? If you look at the graph, this is the graph of new registration of electric cars in the European Union. And you see two, I think, very interesting developments. One is kind of the pickup of electric vehicles from 2020 forward. This is the last year was 2023. So of course, at the moment, we are already a little bit higher. And then another one is that the stagnation of hybrid cars around 2021, and I think this is very connected to also the phase out of subsidies. And while this is the share for the EU in general for new cars, we see that it still differs very much between the countries. You see the Nordics really being the role models in that regard. Norway has almost 90% of all new cars being electric vehicles. But of course, then in absolute numbers, countries like Germany with 80 million inhabitants are leading. But of course, in an overall sense, they are not as electric yet as countries like the Nordics and the Netherlands, which are making the top 6. If we look at the overall share of new passenger cars, we see still that almost 50% are petrol and diesel cars. The blue is making the hybrid, so hybrid petrol, hybrid diesel. But then we also see the slow pickup of battery-only cars. And very interesting, tying it back to hydrogen, 0.0% of hydrogen cars. I think there's still a large debate, especially more on the technical side, if hydrogen cars will ever see not the world maybe, but like the more general application. And I think this shows that currently there's not a market for it. But nevertheless, all very interesting developments. Where do we want to be? The baseline is the 2024 emissions level of 95 grams of CO2 per kilometer. We want to have a 90% reduction in transport emission by 2050. when we talk about transport emission, this includes mobility and transport. We know that 70% of the total transport emissions are light and heavy duty vehicles, but this also shows that it's passenger cars plus really transport heavy duty vehicles. So mobility doesn't equal necessarily transport, and we are focusing now more on the mobility side of it, so particularly for consumers. And we see that these targets are really step by step. We have 2025, we want 50% reduction, 2030, we want 55%, and by 2035, we want to have 100%, and that is bound to the ban of new fossil fuel cars with 2035. There will be a revision of this specific target or these targets at 2026, so next year. And if we look a little bit at the trend that the European Commission sets at the moment, a lot of the 2030 targets are currently being revised. So I think we can also expect that these targets will be given another spin. Challenges, and I think some of them we have already heard in a different context, and I think it's important to bring them also back into the mobility challenge. One is of course the infrastructure rollout and the connected challenges to that when it comes to congestion management. The overall targets are twofold in the EU. One is distance based, so every 60 kilometers on the huge 10T, so the huge European highways, every 60 kilometers, we are expected to see a fast charging station for electricity. Interestingly, also every 200 kilometers for hydrogen. This seems to be very much an initiative to bring the market, get the market going. But additionally to that, there is also a target-based one or a capacity-based one, which is tied to 1.3 kilowatt per each battery electric car registered in a member state. That goes to the charging capacity. And then aspects which maybe seem very intuitive or very expected in a digitalized world, but they are quite challenging, is to have enough payment transparency. So you have to be able to pay kind of contactless, but you also need to give the consumer the complete information on the availability and the pricing to inform the consumer on making choices based on price signals. And that aspect is very much due to the fact that we have, especially in the Netherlands, a congestion management issue. So we are trying to form the pricing models that they are time-based or energy-based. So time-based kind of like offering cheaper prices outside of peak hours, and energy-based, of course, on the consumption. Alternative models are fixed-based, but I think this is only considered for simplification. And often we see hybrid pricing settings. And when we talk about renewable fuels, I mean, I'm talking now mainly about electricity, but this can also mean biomethane, advanced biofuels like synthetic fuels, paraffinic fuels, or those get based on gas. But one of the issues that we see, and that is coming back to especially the Netherlands, is, but we also see that in other countries. We see that particularly in the Nordics, Sweden is another big issue, is the grid congestion in the Netherlands, where we see almost all these red areas. They currently don't have any new capacity for transportation capacity. So this is what Lea talked about at the beginning, where energy communities, for example, are on these waiting lists. And in Rotterdam, where Erasmus University is based, there has been even the discussion of not allowing cars to be charged between 4 and 7 o'clock during the day, because this is the peak hour. This is the typical time when you come home or you come home from work, and you want to plug in your electric vehicle. And instead of charging it during the night when the prices are cheaper and when less energy is generally consumed, this is really the peak hour, which puts a lot of strain on the grid. Which kind of caused an outcry in Rotterdam, because of course people have invested in the cars, and they don't, like you also pointed out, they want to come home and charge their car. They don't want to take all these aspects into consideration. Another challenge this briefly, because I know this is always a topic that comes up, is batteries. There's a new batteries regulation that is coming into force in August 2025. It will replace the batteries directive. So we're moving from a directive to a regulation, so more harmonized. We see minimum product requirements like durability, replaceability, recyclability coming up. This is also supported by this kind of like battery passport, which allows to kind of track the value chain of a battery from the beginning to its end. And one of the main reasons for that is that when it comes to batteries, we still have an issue of kind of like this economic circularity, especially in the EU, where we want to become self-efficient or more self-efficient and make us less dependent on these global value chains. One issue that we see with that regard, and that is also important for communities, is the removability of batteries is still an issue. So it's not actually that easy to just take out a battery and replace it with another one. Then we are not meeting our recycle content targets, and that is partly due to low collecting numbers of batteries. So we really need in the cities points where we can come and bring our batteries basically, and they can be collected, which leads overall to not enough material being recycled of sufficient quality, which means that we don't have enough of these raw materials in the market to actually rebuild or repurpose batteries. And one interesting side effect of this is also that we don't have a recycling infrastructure in the European Union. Our infrastructure is that we send it to third countries and then we import it back. I think in the Netherlands we have one institution that recycles. So these are really issues on a broader scale. Looking now at energy poverty, we have in the Netherlands, or like in the project that I'm doing my postdoc with, we are looking at 3 countries: the Netherlands, Portugal, and Estonia. The one where we are the furthest at the moment with our survey collection is Kanalen Island. It's a district in Utrecht in the Netherlands. And here we kind of like try to match our legal expectations with the realities of people living in, or households living in, energy poverty. We have in the Netherlands up to 750,000 households that qualify objectively for energy poverty. The Dutch Energy Act, unfortunately, has been very reserved to establish a framework for energy poverty. So it's really an issue that is not very well addressed in the Netherlands. But energy justice, if you look a little bit at the more like conceptual framework, says that if you pay more than 10% of your electricity bill, or 10% of your income towards energy services, you live in energy poverty. And we see with the households living in energy poverty that they pay between 13 and 20% of income for energy services, which I think is quite high. And from a regulatory perspective, there's still the debate whether energy poverty also, or whether mobility poverty also qualifies for energy poverty. And if you look at the legal framework, you see that the European Commission, as it's becoming more and more open to energy poverty, or having more developed framework on energy poverty, it also starts to focus a little bit more on mobility. I think it's in the 2023 recommendations on energy poverty, mobility is cited twice. That's better than 2020 recommendations that didn't cite it at all. So what are the particularities of these suburbs, or like Kanalen Island specifically, when it comes to mobility challenges? And so you have to imagine this as me coming in with this framework that I just showed you. And I came to this research and I was like, everyone needs shared mobility, everyone needs an electric vehicle, let's go and roll it out, meet the targets, meet the battery standards. But then you actually go to these suburbs and they have actually quite short distances that they travel. So everyone in these suburbs, they have everything that they do during the day within these suburbs. And the typical mobility is actually quite gendered, and that is the man takes the car in the mornings and drives to work, and the woman does actually most of the mobility. So she goes with the kids to the kindergarten, then she goes to pick up the groceries, then she picks up the kids from kindergarten again or school, drives them to their afternoon activities, etc., etc. So it is kind of interesting that women running the errands and taking care of most of the let's say mobility aspects are usually the ones without the car, and the men who basically just drive to work, park there, and drive back are the ones that have access. Of course, these are less affluent districts, so really districts living in energy poverty with low energy efficiency houses and very little access to chargers. They often still rely on fossil fuel cars because they are unaffordable. They have higher shares of second-hand cars. But also there's a relatively low interest. So if you ask the people whether they're interested, if they would like to buy an electric vehicle, there's relatively low interest. But if you engage them, so what came out from our service, if you actually engage them a little bit more in the discussion, they become quite interested in it. So there is potential to engage them with the right approach. One thing that I thought was very interesting, because obviously from a legal perspective, one of my first intuitive responses would have been shared mobility. Have shared mobility for women, for example, running those errands, but they actually would prefer the green space over a parking lot where you have lots of cars being shared. And there are a couple of initiatives. So there's kind of these energy education hubs that you find in these districts. There are some decentralized charging station, and there are also some collective batteries to be found. Which brings me to my conclusion. Mobility in energy poverty districts, we see that this kind of like one-size-fits-all legal approach, which you also had with inclusion more generally, right? Really risks deepening inequalities. We have electric vehicles as an example, that is not only, let's say, blocked because of affordability and costs, but also structurally because of access to resources, of access to grid capacity. Current policies often overlook gendered mobility needs. So when we look at policies to increase access, these are often not sensitive enough to gendered roles. Just because we want to have just because we want to have green values, our legal perspective is not necessarily the perspective that they are looking for. We don't know whether energy poverty extends to to mobility justice, which is interesting because if we look at energy poverty becoming more legally enshrined, if we extend it to mobility justice, you also give them kind of like more due process in that regard. And I think with a lot of things that extend to the energy transition, unlocking potential requires a lot of tailored engagement. And I just brought you 3 pictures as my final roundup of the initiatives that we have already seen in this district. Here in the first picture, you see a shared energy battery between really these like rented houses. The second one is an electric charger that is tied to the pole of a lamp, which I thought was quite creative because you don't have this kind of like extra pole in the landscape. And the last one I just included because they told me this was actually an experiment. It says shared car on the picture, but what it doesn't say is that usually the experiment was kind of that usually these signs say if you're only allowed to stand here if you're charging, and you have to make the space free when you're not charging. But this one doesn't say it. And they kind of wanted to test if the automatic behavior would be of cars charging and then leaving. And this is actually what they found out, is that people are quite intuitive to only charge their car and then they leave it when they're finished. So this was kind of a nice gesture. Yes, and that brings me to my end. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks a lot. Closing this panel with, of course, also a round of questions, potentially. We have already some people raising their hand. Here to the middle. Maybe introduce yourself just with your name briefly, affiliation.
Sure. Thank you so much. My name is Danaya. I come from a second grade cooperative working here in Catalonia, in Barcelona. We work with energy communities, and particularly from my Earth experience, I had a question to the second presenter, because we are working with several energy communities where the participants have openly stated that they would be willing to include vulnerable communities in their energy communities to share some part of energy that they are generating. But from this practical field, from practical experience, we face this kind of barrier of connecting with these people, because from the one side, you cannot just publish this call online. We would love to invite all the vulnerable people to participate in the energy community, because this is a kind of fragile, sensible topic. So you cannot just count on word of mouth, even if you're talking about energy community in a small village. So what we have to do is contact social services or public authorities so that they contact these people and establish dialogue with them. So this becomes a very long procedure that is not transparent, that is opaque, that is lacking information, transparency, etc. So I was wondering whether from legal perspective, there is some space for working out a kind of working scheme that could be replicable so that energy communities could directly contact those vulnerable groups, but in, in a sensible way and in a responsible way, and whether we could provide some kind of, just replicable solution for this. Thank you. And thank you so much for all the presentations. They're really enlightening.
Thank you very much for your question. I find it very insightful. However, I am quite well aware of the fact that it's difficult to reach out to vulnerable and marginalized groups, not only because there is a lack of awareness of these groups on, for example, what energy communities are, but at the same time, it's also difficult to find out it's not difficult to find out, but it's very sensible information to know who are vulnerable and or marginalized groups. I encountered, for example, these kind of issues when now I was writing with one of my colleagues a design of a questionnaire, and we wanted to ask some vulnerability questions, and of course our data protection officer rejected immediately some of the questions. So I don't know if I have a solution or if I have seen a solution in the law. I also know that it's difficult, for the way how RED 3 encourages EU member states to involve vulnerable and or marginalized groups of society within energy communities. At the end of the day, this ends up being a very private law issue, because it's difficult to, from a public law perspective, to oblige a private entity to involve vulnerable and or marginalized groups in their entities. But I don't know, I hope we can collaborate and find joint solutions together, because I really do not have neither a legal nor an creative idea myself to it for now.
Thank you. Then Romain was another quick hand.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this three very insightful presentation. Really, it was a really nice moment. So yeah, I'm Romain. I'm actually one test co-supervisor, so I'm also in Cáceres Ciencias. But I will spare you for this question and direct towards Laura. You mentioned the collective batteries, which is very interesting. Do you know if in the Netherlands there is a proper legal framework to install them in terms of planning law, also about the legal regime in terms of the economic regime to install them and have it as profitable for the users of these collective batteries?
That's a very good question. I'm not sure about planning law. There might be. I just know that in the Canal Island, it is actually a huge. It has been a huge effort, and it's really one of the successes that they see for that specific districts. And it's an entire initiative behind it. So from the practical side, I cannot cite you the law, unfortunately. I can look it up and come back to it. it has been quite an administrative burden, also because you really have these are batteries that are collective between. It was just a small picture. I can show you later the bigger picture, but it's really sitting between two huge house blocks, and both of them are connected. So it was really, I think celebrated as a win, which I think speaks to how challenging it is currently. And it's also a district that has potential for more batteries, of course, when it comes to need. But I think they have been only 2 so far rolled out. So it's still a long way to go. No, that is actually for self-consumption. No, it was for self-consumption, right? You asked if it was self-consumption energy. No, it was for self-consumption. They have made I cannot 100%. I have to look this up again because it was interesting how they rolled it out. Because also you have the landlord involved, and then how it is divided kind of between the different kind of rental groups. And they did have an agreement on that, but for that specific case, it was for really self-consumption in the sense, not even electric vehicles, like really connected to your daily use. And I think also the infrastructure costs were not necessarily borne by the renters themselves. So it's something that the landlords then paid. Yeah. Thanks.
More questions, maybe one more or 2 short ones? Well, one more, let's say. If not, it's also fine. Otherwise, indeed, I would thank this panel as well. And there's also, of course, ample opportunity for you to engage with all the speakers, of course, of the previous panels and this last one especially as well, over, well, drinks or dinner later or tomorrow in Spanish, of course, tomorrow. Thank you very much. And Andreas, I don't know if you would like to have some final words.
Thank you. Thank you very much again. Thank you very much. We have